cut back too fast. Oh, oh, just like that. I see a dub in my future stats. Oh, I know a place you can go. The doghouse outside my massive abode. It's lovely, it's cushy, and sometimes it's cold. Now sit and watch me get this gold. Oh, I want it all. How bounce back? I just want it all. I just want it all.
Unstoppable, we moving up, we up high. Unstoppable, we never stop, we feel higher. Look at us, squad, we the best. Far better than all of the rest. Unstoppable, we moving up, we up high. Never give up, never give in. Stronger, we tough, thick in the skin. This is our game, so let it begin. This is our team, get ready to win. Ready to rumble, ready to play. Ready to tumble, we ain't afraid. Enemies hide, enemies pray. Come on the squad, I just wanna wait.
Fam, it is time. The Major 2 Grand Finals are upon us. 6 spots going to the Global Championship, but not just that, an Axe of Champions. prize money, the notoriety, the fact to be able to say, look at this title, I'm better than everyone else in this region, and now I'm going to take that fight to the global championship. I don't know what else we're in for. It's going to be a fantastic weekend, so get ready, because this is the FNCS. Woo! Kelly, Vivid, we are back, baby! It's time, Kelly. Here we are. The finals are here. 2 days of Fortnite action. How are you feeling?
I'm excited, I'm nervous. I'm sure I'm not anywhere near as nervous as our players because, as you guys know, we already have 6 teams from NAC that made their way through the Summit Land. And today, or actually this weekend, we're going to find 6 more teams to join them at Globals. So I know that the pressure is on, Vivid. And honestly, if it's anything like what we got to watch from EU, these games are going to be absolutely crazy.
Yep, without a doubt. And Fortnite fam, take a step back and really try to quantify how much this FNCS Grand Finals actually means. I mean, it could literally dictate whether or not you are going to an event in a couple of months and playing in person and kind of fighting for that global championship spot. Very, very exciting stuff, but excited to kind of see how the day goes, how the weekend goes, Zeke.
Oh, man, we are in for some incredible Fortnite action. Don't forget, we're going to have 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow, and then we will crown FNCS champions. How did we get here? Well, we have a graphic lined up for you in case you're just tuning in for the first time. Welcome. You picked a great time to tune in to some Fortnite. We kind of started with a play-in stage that then took us to a group stage, or our heats. From those 3 heats, we then qualified teams into the major finals. There was also a last chance qualifier as well, where we got 5 more duos to kind of round out the lobby. But you know, Kelly, it's been a fantastic set a few weeks. We are now kind of here at the finals. It's crazy how fast it always ends up going.
I know. We just started Major 2, and now we are already here at the end of it. And obviously, so much is on the line, not just the global championship spots, Zeke, but also the money. Vivid, we have to talk about that $100,000 prize in first place.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it is going to be an absolute astonishing accomplishment to go ahead and take home an NAC FNCS here, and it's going to be backed up with $100,000. Very exciting stuff, of course, for our top 5, top 10 teams. None of those teams can kind of complain. In fact, everybody kind of making it here to the FNCS Grand Finals is going to be walking away with, of course, something. But obviously, we know $100,000 looks a little bit better than the $50,000 that second place gets. So the fight is going to be on this weekend for sure.
Yeah, and don't forget, some of these teams already have a spot to the global championship, right? So they're not fighting for the spot; they're actually fighting for a larger slice of that pie, so to speak. So we'll see. But Vivid is one of our great minds in the Fortnite community. He likes to pull stats for us and then kind of break it down so we can kind of get some context into these lobbies. So Vivid, hit us with the stats.
Yeah, really try to put it into perspective how difficult these lobbies can be, right? Just the experience. FNCS finals appearances across this entire lobby totals up to almost 800 with 775 there. If you take a look at the FNCS wins alone, I mean, 43 times these players that are going to be playing in this lobby have been champions. I mean, even some of them have done it on LAN. 5 different LAN wins here for some of our players. But on the other side of things, we have players that are kind of fighting for whether it be their first FNCS finals this weekend or whether it be the first time that they actually qualify over to a LAN. So we keep kind of talking about, hey, listen, we want to crown champions this weekend, but that's not necessarily what everybody is going to be fighting for, right? Kind of having the opportunity to play in the FNCS Grand Finals for your first time, pick up some of that experience that some of our other players have, and then of course potentially making it to your first LAN event as well.
Well, Vivid, if I am looking towards experience, then I have to be looking towards the teams that have already qualified to the global championships. And we actually have a nice little graphic for you guys right here. And obviously, Peterbot and Poyo, representing Falcons, have already made their way through that solo clutch to get second place from Poyo. Absolutely mind-boggling. Acorn and Bolt, Kingling, Craze, Reek, Cooper, Shadow Virgo, and Golden and Ozone have found themselves in the top 15 places for that Summit LAN, and they will be joining the 6 teams that we'll be seeing here today, or Zeke.
Well, why don't we talk about some of these, right? We're going to break these down in a little more detail because these are some heavy hitters again. they have a spot for the global championship. They have nothing else to prove right now. They're playing for either playing spoiler to prevent other duos from succeeding. Maybe they're looking to claim a POI and say, hey, look, whatever happens, don't come near us on land. We're gonna mess you up. Let's start things off with Reet and Cooper. Kelly Link, longtime Reet fan, of course. And also, sorry, here's a look at where their drop spots are as well. So it's actually a nice little spread out here.
Yeah, no, definitely. And with these players being already teams that have qualified to the global championships, it's pretty common for these teams to be uncontested because they have nothing to lose. These teams that haven't qualified yet do not want to go up against that challenge. And initially, it looked like Reet and Cooper actually were going to be going up against Iamzo and Josh. Essentially, since the start of the season, it really has just been a back and forth fighting for Wonky Land. And during this time, we were going to kind of break down what we were expecting to see in this off-spawn fight, what was going to happen, but the situation kind of solved itself off screen. If you guys missed it, please go watch this incredible Reet versus Iamzo first to 10 off spawn battle for Wonky. It was so back and forth. You could feel the nerves from both teams, and it looked like at some moments Reet was going to run away with it, but then Iamzo would slowly start to climb back up, and it was so exciting to watch. But ultimately, it did come down to Reet and Cooper walking away, now having uncontested Wonky Land, and you do have to give some respect, or huge respect, obviously, to Iamzo and Josh for respecting the results. But Vivid, we can never be quite sure what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Whether or not Josh and Iamzo kind of hold up to that theory there, whether or not they keep Wonky Land kind of uncontested. It was one that I initially was a little bit critical of because, again, we kind of talk about these global qualified teams. Listen, these guys can kind of play freely. They're not necessarily playing for that qualification spot this week. And so going ahead and contesting them always felt a little bit weird to me. But going into the weekend, we can actually expect all 6 of these teams to kind of be uncontested and to play a little bit loosely and potentially go ahead and walk away with a championship this weekend.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see how things go. Let's talk about more of these qualified players, Acorn and Bolts. Man, I love seeing these guys play, perform. There's even a solo clutch we're going to be talking about and reliving because we have to. But for these guys, you know, Kelly, once again, the context is they've already qualified. So here we are in a lobby and saying, hey, everybody, we already have a spot. You want to fight? You want to get in our way? You're going to have a bad time.
You spoiled it a little bit. I wanted it to be a surprise that we were going to be showing off the Acorn solo because we just have to, everyone. We can see that Bolt went down a little early here because he was just a few steps behind Acorn. But instead of going for the res, which we've seen a few players do when it comes to an endgame like here, he actually drops his heals and gives it to Acorn. And you can see because of these extra heals, Acorn's able to stay in the back of zone, see where everyone's rotating, and gets this perfect rotate onto this natural hill and actually blocks off the zip line that practically the rest of the lobby is trying to use to get up there. But of course, he wasn't just playing Disruptor. No, he was here to get eliminations as well. And in the span of like 15 seconds, he gets 4 eliminations back to back to back. And it's due to just how perfect he was playing this little wall, this corner, to kind of surprise all these players going for the loot. But of course, it's not enough for Acorn to get eliminations. No, he also has to chop high ground, then steal high ground by himself. And then, of course, facing this final 1v1. And who could it be but Queasy, arguably the other best IGL in the world, for it to come down to Acorn and Queasy in this moment. I love it. That's what Fortnite's all about for me, Vivid, and I just had to relive this moment once more.
Super incredible performance out of Acorn. And listen, it's not just in heats. It has actually been FNCS after FNCS. I'm going to go ahead and break down the amount of times our players have actually gone ahead and picked up a top 10 in their regional FNCSs consecutively. Acorn has now done it 14 times in a row. And you can kind of look at this leaderboard here. You can see kind of the prestige that is actually up here. And some of these players like Cold and Pollo able to pick up 10 top 10s in a row on regional FNCSs. But Acorn reigns supreme towards the top there, which is why everybody kind of regards Acorn as one of the best IGLs, if not the best IGL in the world, because this guy, when it comes to FNCSs, he just constantly performs. Now, that being said, his teammate Bolts here is on a similar run as well. This is actually going to be a different stat here, right? This is still going to be top 10s consecutively, but instead of regional FNCSs, this is actually going to be FNCSs including land performances. So if you take a look at Acorn's land performances, unfortunately for him, you know, globals hasn't necessarily worked out. He didn't get top 10 there, so that's why that his streak is kind of broken here on this specific stat. But Bolts himself, 9 top 10s in a row if you include LAN. So not only is Bolts kind of performing online and in regional FNCSs, but he is also doing it on LAN. So right now, Acorn and Bolts, man, constantly finding themselves into the top 10, and that is why we kind of take a look at this duo to potentially go ahead and win this FNCS.
Disgusting. Thank you for that, Vivid. Again, when you look at it like on paper, it's just like, this is one of the greatest duos of all time. That's crazy. From one greatest duos of all time to another, there was a name on there, that first graphic, Pollo, which takes me back because we got to talk about Peterbot and Pollo. I mean, you know, it's interesting, right? Like sometimes we go from Peterbot, Pollo basically winning everything from a year, over the course of a year, then suddenly kind of taking a step back and, you know, having like a middling performance, is us all kind of having question marks. But then we go to Summit and Pollo's like, NA, watch this. And then suddenly it's back. They're back. We have prime Peterbot and Pollo, Kelly.
Are they back or have they never gone anywhere? Yes, I know that they did not have the Major 1 performance, but that's just Peterbot and Pollo building up the script, building up the story, because obviously you can't just have them dominate again. We already saw that in Chapter 4. So Peterbot and Pollo, they had to make everyone question, are they here? Are they going to be bringing their A game? And of course they have, not just at the Summit LAN, but to show up to the Reload Elite Series 4th qualifier late, missing one game, and to still come out on top is absolutely insane. There's a reason that there's so many compilation videos of other pros saying who the best player is, and it's always Peterbot, and Pollo also proving himself as well. But this is the performance that we saw from the Major 1 final, definitely going to the way of Peterbot, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Peterbot's performance there on the regional FNCS of Major number 1, he picked up more eliminations, he dealt more damage. I mean, pretty much everything was kind of going in Peterbot's favor. But what makes this duo so scary, and what's kind of come out into the limelight is, you know, Kelly was kind of talking about, Zeke was kind of talking about, that Summit performance from Pollo kind of proved that this duo is no longer really one-sided. I feel like at one point it felt like it was always the Peterbot show, but Pollo has kind of found his groove in this duo to where he can also kind of come out into the limelight and find his own spotlight. This is going to be the stats, the breakdown from the Major 1 Summit specifically, and you could see it here. I mean, Pollo was kind of, you know, edging out in terms of the eliminations. He had more eliminations. He was pretty comparable in the damage dealt, but obviously the biggest asterisk, the biggest exclamation point here on these difference in stats was just these solo clutch points from Pollo himself. I mean, 112 total points that he was able to go ahead and pick up himself here, pretty much carried him and Peterbot to that second place at Summit. So this duo, what makes them scary is obviously if they are both playing to the best of their ability, then they're going to win by like 400 points, like whatever. But even if one of them is not on, the other one is able to just easily carry the weight, and they still can just place so high. So to beat Peterbot and Pollo, man, you really got to hope that they're having a horrid day on both ends of the spectrum, but that's very, very rare.
It's almost impossible, right? I mean, oh man, we'll have to see how they decide to perform today. But again, they have qualified. They've got nothing left to prove. So we'll have to see what kind of form they're in or how they're feeling on the day. The last duo to talk about here in terms of qualified players, we got to talk about Agers and Benno. Vivid, what's interesting about these guys is they've had a bit of a journey around the map.
Listen, they have kept things interesting this season without a doubt. I mean, we kind of talked about it going into the heats, and this was pretty much the talk of the town throughout the entire season. We were supposed to see Benno and Agers versus Peterbot and Pollo, and right before we were kind of expected to see it go down, Benno and Agers, they decided to actually go over to Heat Wave Harbor to kind of try to qualify out of heats. And yeah, it was successful, right? Benno and Agers, they moved over to Heat Wave, and kind of they did that because Shadow and Virgo, unfortunately in a heat prior to them, did not qualify to finals through their own heat. So Benno and Agers were like, well, wait a minute, Shadow and Virgo are kind of on the verge of potentially not qualifying to finals. If we make it to finals and we qualify from Heat Wave, out of Heat Wave, then maybe we'll get it uncontested. Shadow and Virgo then qualified, so then Benno and Agers were back to the drawing board. They're like, well, now where do we go? Oh, maybe we just go over to Golden and contest Booga and Braids. But that one was kind of like short-lived. So now it's been like 3 days in terms of the time lapse here, and they've switched drop spots 3 times. And eventually, Benno and Agers have kind of ended on marking Latte Landing as their expected drop spot to be coming into this weekend. Now, with that being said, I feel like there is a big asterisk on this because there's 2 other teams already landing at Latte Landing. We're actually going to be seeing Madden and Chance and 20 and Chimp also landing at this POI. But Kelly, what worries me is like Veno and Ager, surely there is going to be something up their sleeve because, in my opinion, I mean, they're way too good of a duo to be going to a POI where they expect to be two other teams. Like, are they going to kind of be floating around a map, landing different spots? Can't wait to see.
It's interesting because if you watch Faxity's streams and you hear Veno talking to him, there's definitely some kind of master plan going on in the background. And it got leaked that, you know, the whole contention over at Sinister, oh, well, it was never his plan to land at Sinister. And who knows if that itself is mind games that he's playing. But I have to agree, and I think a lot of people agree as well, that someone like Veno is not going to be allowing himself to be triple contested. And as far as some of the scrims that we got to see at Latte Landing, he didn't have necessarily the best time against 20 and Chimp. I don't necessarily think that they lost most of their games, but they did have some issues against them. So that is, you know, definitely not a situation that I think Veno is going to allow to be put into, especially when you have someone like Agers, who he dropped clicks for because he felt like this was just like a better duo to kind of do well at globals in. So you feel like Veno definitely has a plan here, and I don't think that plan included being triple contested.
Interesting. Of everything you said, Kelly, I think I took away one word that kind of halted me in my tracks. That was Faxity. Shout out to the big Fax. We'll see you over in NA West, bud. Good luck. Sorry about that. I got distracted. I don't know where that came from. Obviously, Fortnite fam, that's just to look at our qualified players. Okay, there's still a bunch of duos that need to find their seats on the battle bus heading the global championship. Let's take a look at a lobby list and kind of get a picture of the first 25 duos we're going to be seeing compete here today. I wonder where to begin. Who should we talk about? Sorry, guys. I don't know if you heard that. I don't know where that came from. A loud roar. I guess when the lion roars, you talk about Booga and you talk about Braids. Mr. World Cup, is he back, Kelly? Is it his time? Is he going to qual?
Booga has blessed us with many things in Fortnite, but the lion's roar has to be one of the best things. And honestly, it has been a loud roar on top of Pride Rock recently because Booga and Braids coming off the 4th Reload Elite Series, getting 4th place and qualifying themselves to the EWC was really just the start of their steam roll. They got 1st place out of heats, and it wasn't just any heats. No, it was the ultimate Heat 3 that we got to watch on Sunday. And he, again, just so confident coming out of that. But that confidence does have to come into question because although I thought that there might have been a moment that they were going to be uncontested at Golden Grove, it does look like Contrap is going to be contesting them over there.
So we'll have to see if Booga and Braids can kind of handle the pressure in the early game. That being said, I mean, I'm very excited for this because obviously Booga has kind of been that player that we have looked towards for so long to kind of be that experienced guy to always be in an FNCS finals. That being said, I mean, last year was still a pretty good year for him. Like, he got 2 7th places and a 6th place last year in trios. Unfortunately, we did not see him in the global championship finals. We didn't see him in Major 1 finals, and we did not see him in the Summit 1 finals either. So it's actually been a long time since we have seen Booga himself in an FNCS grand finals, which is why I'm looking forward to this weekend. That being said, kind of teamed up with Braids now, and just kind of overall excited to see if we can see Booga and Braids kind of bring it back into form here and maybe pick up a top 10.
I like it. I like it. Top 6 is where we need to be, and then depending on where these other players that have qualified already end up, could be like a top 12 situation. We'll have to see. Another duo, though, Muzz and Rise. So this is a more recently formed duo. Kelly, given this fact, do we feel like they have had adequate preparation or time to kind of sync up together to find one of those 6 spots going to the global championship this major?
Man, if it was a different set of players, I might say no. Literally, they didn't play any Div Cup together. They formed right before Opens for Major 2. But this is Muzz and Rise. Muzz, the 3-star champ, or I'm sorry, the 3 FNCS title champ. I still consider it stars in my mind. And then, of course, with Rise, who's just been around for so long, has proven himself as one of the top competitors back when he played with the Omzo and has stuck around. They did just form recently. They are contested on this center map split, which isn't necessarily the best place to be, but I just can't count them out. It's Muzz and Rise.
Yeah, we'd love to actually see Rise kind of return to form as well because he's got like a similar storyline to Boogie. Remember how I kind of mentioned, hey, listen, last year kind of went well in terms of those 3 majors in trios. Like, he didn't finish outside of top 8, but we didn't see him in a global championship. We didn't see him in Major 1 finals, and we unfortunately did not see him in the Summit. So for Muzz and Rise here, I feel like it's great to kind of see Rise kind of return to the grand finals here. And listen, NAC is so cool because we have already kind of talked about some players like Veno who have, of course, kind of moved over to NA. Muzz is kind of like that the pioneer of it all, man. Moving all the way over from Australia to America to actually compete. Obviously, Zeke, we kind of regard him as one of our own at this point, but I feel like it's always important to remind everybody that the move initially was made for Muzz, and so far it's always worked out because we always see this guy performing in grand finals.
Yeah, we definitely claim Muzz as our own. I would claim he's my best friend. Anyway, let's talk about another duo. Let's take a look at our second page of our lobby list, though. That was looking at our first one. More duos to highlight for you here. We got to go to Ritual and Cold. Look at these shining faces. Look at these legendary players. Kelly, this has got to be it, right? This has to be their major to earn one of those 6 spots. It has to be.
I mean, if you're looking at everyone's top 5 list, there is a name that is on everyone's, and it is definitely Ritual and Cold up there, which to think that, you know, we got to see just a taste of them at the start of Chapter 7, where they briefly just played for like a week or 2 before disbanding, and to see them reform once again, there was a moment where I didn't know necessarily how they were going to be performing together, but obviously it's Cold, it's Ritual. Cold has proven himself to be able to pull out these incredible solo clutches, but I also want to speak on Ritual because in Heats we saw Cold go down early in this moment, and it was Ritual the one that was able to solo clutch it out. And honestly, Cold is regarded as one of the best fraggers, one of the best players in the world, but I think honestly often Ritual is overlooked because of that. So to see him be able to shine, prove himself with a player like Cold is exactly what I want to see out of this duo, and then to come with that success, getting that last Div Cup win as well. They're definitely in a great prime position.
Go ahead and take a look at their placements, though. The last time we kind of saw Cold and Ritual perform together, right? A second, a first, and then a 15th there at the Global Championship. Of course, that was in trios, but kind of returning to being teammates here is probably something that happened pretty naturally for these two guys. So very excited to kind of see how this one pans out this weekend. That being said, the player development for Ritual, I feel like a lot of people kind of underestimate, because if we're talking about trios and kind of like the performances from last year, Ritual was somebody who was getting a lot of flack from everybody kind of online and fans of their specific trio. And I just remember Ritual taking the time to go ahead and grind his mechanics out. And like we just saw there, the solo clutches have been happening. The mechanics are now there for Ritual. So paired up with Cold once more, very excited to kind of see if they can bring it home this weekend.
Yeah, it's really interesting you guys bring that up, right? I don't know why the community continues to just like dump on Ritual like he's a goat of the game. Like, I think he's just one of those players that's just so secretly, sneakily good. And like, oh, he's not putting in the skill. Oh, but he's like top of the leaderboard. What's going on here? It's because he's good. Leave him alone, all right?
When you're compared to Peterbot and Cold, they say that the tallest mountains cast the deepest shadows. It is very hard to be able to outshine someone like that, but it's Ritual. He has proven himself. So I don't think necessarily that it's, you know, there's a reason why it's Cold and Peterbot, but obviously he's proven himself.
It's true. I am often in the shadows when I walk behind Jacob PR. Let's talk about some more duos. The 3 more I'm going to toss your way before we start to get into the action, because it's close. Let's talk about Clix and Rapid. Clix coming out really strong here in major number 2. There's almost this sense of confidence. I feel like it's the Clix of old, the Clix I'm used to seeing, paired up now with Rapid. You know, I feel like I have such high hopes for this, especially Kelly in that context of like Clix is Clix again. It's the Clix, you know, we've grown to know and love and see compete. He's back.
He's back again. Where has he gone? No. Listen, Clix and Rapid. I mean, Clix got 2nd place last year. You know, it's understanding that was a trios competition, and it's been quite a while since then. But Clix has been a top competitor, and even coming off of the FNCS Pro-Am win, it's definitely a little bit of a snowball. But I will say, at the start of them teaming up together, it was a bit questionable how they were going to be doing. And then slowly, we got to see that their fighting got a lot better. Their synergy was definitely starting to evolve as well, and they were kind of able to fight everyone off of Shaken Sanctuary. Being able to claim that POI uncontested is a huge feat in itself. But the big thing for me was for them to come into Heats, Clix pulling out some great games himself to prove that he's able to pull out some solo clutches as well. And then honestly, the issues that we've had with Clix in the past have revolved around his early height takes, and he has done such a good job over the last few months to prove that he can evolve and change where he falls a little short.
I'm happy that you kind of mentioned the fact that Clicks and kind of like the end game and how he's kind of been playing it. I remember kind of tuning into one of Clicks' streams, and he was doing a little bit of a watch party, and he himself was kind of like, yeah, listen, you guys can't take height early. I mean, listen, we've learned from that. So he himself kind of being self-aware, kind of throwing it out there. You know, we have worked through some of these higher ground takes that we have been doing, kind of knows what works. But one word that I want to throw out there when it comes down to Clicks is that pretty much everybody in the community kind of throws at Clicks now that he's kind of paired up with Rapid. It's just confidence. It feels like everybody kind of keeps saying that Clicks appears to be just a more confident player when he has now been teamed up with Rapid. So kind of just switching up the duo there apparently has changed the dynamic greatly for Clicks. He feels just a lot more like himself. I feel like he can play a little bit more loosely. And again, you can just play more confidently. That being said, looks like everything can kind of go their way this weekend. Uncontested, feeling confident, paired up with Clicks, paired up with Rapid. I'll have to see if they can do it.
Yeah, man, I really like Rapid. I feel like Rapid is just a player. It doesn't matter who he plays with. He just constantly like amplifies that other person and really like gives them the space to flourish and to grow and to just better themselves. So I'm really excited to see them compete. Two last duos. We got to talk about Clicks' old teammate Higgs, who's now paired up with Curve, right? So we have an FNCS champion. We've got Higgs. Wait a minute. Where's his Batman mask? But now they're paired up together. I mean, Curve, guys, he's on the rise. He has not stopped. We just saw him not that long ago get a crazy solo clutch, like 18 elimination victory royale. And now you've got Higgs, right? Higgs is just this guy with so much experience, so much knowledge. This has got to be a match made in heaven, no?
Definitely. And, you know, like Veno, when he first picked up Curve, I think a lot of people were very curious, but obviously Veno saw something that a lot of people have been seeing in Curve as he's developed as a player. And to see now Higgs also see that as well, teaming up with him since the start of this season and having like hot and cold performances as far as Div Cups go, but getting the final victory royale of their heats feels pretty good. And what's got to feel even better is their spot that they're landing over in Lifty Lodge has a bit of a boost as far as the spawn rate goes for the blue POIs. And then obviously we know that they have been prioritizing that mythic pistol that lands near them. I'm not too certain, Vivid, if that's going to be in their hands every single game, but they definitely have a lot of potential success just by, I don't know, just looking at the bare bones of their situation.
Yeah, I'm happy that you kind of brought up that mythic pistol. I feel like we are going to be keeping our eyes peeled in the early game because as we do know, landing in close proximity to another one of those spawns is going to be Queasy and Victor. These guys kind of took to the socials to make sure the word was out there. I mean, it was Higgs himself that went ahead and posted, hey, just so you guys know, we got first in heats and we will be keying the mythic pistol in grand. So there's going to be two spawns of that mythic pistol, and one of them is a little bit further away from their POI, which is where kind of the contest kind of comes into play, right? Queasy and Victory are trying to go ahead and claim over the other one, and Queasy was very adamant and letting Higgs know, hey, this ain't OCE, but I'll let you guys kind of at home to read into that one just a little bit further. But yeah, very interested to kind of see how this one pans out. But I feel like this is a great opportunity for us to go ahead and kind of pan the conversation over to Queasy and Victor V, because obviously this is a big move, a big investment out of Queasy himself, one of those great IGLs of the game. And now he's going to be paired up with the young gun of Victor V.
Now, listen, they have currently on the map, they are uncontested. And there's been a few moments where it looks like they might be contested, but then potentially not contested. But we did pose a question at the start and something that we talked about during rehearsal. Wouldn't it be crazy if Azers and Veno land onto Queasy and Victor V? Now, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't necessarily can confirm or not confirm that that's going to happen. But to see Victor V and Queasy right now primed up in this position, and we can already see that the mythic pistol is in their hand, I would just, you can't have Victor V with that weapon in his hand. He is absolutely devastating. So I can only imagine the teams that are near him going to try and do whatever they can to make sure that that is not in his hand. Because obviously with Victor V being one of the prime fraggers, joined by Queasy, one of the best IGLs in the world, and our reigning global champ, this is just a recipe for success.
What's crazy though, right? Coming out of the heats, take a look at the damage ratios. Victor V was, of course, up top with a 4.0, and to be honest, Curve wasn't too far behind him, but of course, Victor V up top there with a 4.0 damage ratio. But the thing that was kind of crazy about this is sometimes we see these stats kind of inflated because heats, if you win the first game, if you played from higher ground, you don't necessarily take a lot of damage, so usually we see this number pretty high. But actually, Queasy and Victor V, they played all 5 games in heats, and Victor V still managed to maintain that high of a damage ratio. ratio. So again, these guys are going to be looking pretty scary coming into the weekend. I'm excited to see what they could do.
Fortnite fan, that's just a taste, right? That's just, all we've talked about is 10 of the duos in this lobby. That's it. Just 10. There's so many more things, so many more storylines all colliding here in Major number 2. We hope you are as excited about this as we are. Remember, 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow. The competition is about to kick off. So let's go say hi to your casters to get us started.
This is going to be a great day, Monster. Thank you to Kelly, Vivid, and Zeke for breaking it all down. What's at stake? The storyline's coming in, but 12 games start here with day 1.
Yeah, definitely. And we already know that there are some teams that are uncontested, lingering around the map. And for the most part, these uncontested duos here don't have as much on the line. Most of them already have their global spot called through.
Yeah, so this is going to be a big moment here. Those 6 teams, like you said, already got their spot secured, which means in theory, there could be a chance that the qualification spots drop all the way down to top 12. That may not be exact, but it goes to show the level of play here. The battle bus is ready, so are we, so let's jump right in.
All right, Jacob, we're here. Major 2 finals. All of these weeks of competition is leading up to this. The drop map seems to be true. Veno and Agers are going for the triple contested latte landing. Talk about a strategy here today. All in all, I mean, this just means that we are in for quite an exciting weekend.
Yeah, coming into this one, you know, even Veno came into my chat while I was streaming. He said, I'm either landing latte or any new drop spot if it comes to an update. And I was thinking he was crazy. Why would Veno, probably one of the smarter players in the game with Agers, who is proving to be one of the best players in the game as well, willingly put themselves into a triple contested fight? But you can see how it already is shaken down. Veno and Agers seemingly uncontested on one side of the map, while the other 2 duos go head-to-head on the other.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of meeting Madden at the last in-person event, and you know what? He was just surging with confidence as a new player, finally getting his, his reps in against the best in these major set lobbies. It just seems like he's kind of finding his footing. So Chance and Madden here finding a nice set of early eliminations. I don't think anyone was expecting them to wrap that one up that fast, but it sets them up for success now.
Yep, but I think they got to know the timing there is definitely going to be crucial. You see Aoxy on the outside. There is some distance, so him and Jojo Fishy couldn't potentially look over and get some third parties. And everybody was wondering, after losing the off-spawn battle against Reet and Cooper, I think it was 10-8, Kelly said, they gave up the drop spot, and they're actually contesting half of Shaken Sanctuary. So everybody coming in thinking, clicks are rapid, uncontested. Maybe one team will surprise contest as it looks Monster. There's 2 teams with Zeke and Taki, Josh Niamzo, all landing on that left side of the building.
Yeah, I was concerned about the rumors of Iamzo and Josh possibly landing on other teams, but they seem to have stick this one through, and hey, it works out well. So Reed and Cooper also win their drop spot completely free to themselves, but give this a second. We have QTECD and Nut taking a fight right now. This is Boji pinned up against the wall. All teams here don't have shields though, so this is a pretty tough spot to be in as Boji just gets a little mini shield off there. This can go either which way still, but nice. QTECD ends up finding his angle, and there, just like that, they get their 2 eliminations. So nice little fast start for him, and I'm looking at the player feed there. 44 teams remaining. 6 teams have already fallen. That drop map that gave us a little, again, a little sample of what was to come was no joke. So many teams have already fallen.
Yeah, and judging off that same drop map, Queasy, Victor, V, uncontested, seemingly marked, but that's not necessarily the worry for these guys coming into this game. It was more so Higgs and Kerr. Maybe Josh and Niamzo surprising contesting this side of the map, but now that it seems that the dust has settled, they are looted up, they have relatively good full loadouts. They might try to scrap for extra loot somewhere else, but it does look like game 1, they're going to fly under the radar as of now.
Well, Veno and Agers didn't get the drop exactly the way they probably thought it was going to go. Again, considering Chance and Madden finish up their elimination super fast, that means Veno and Agers have to fight a fully healthy and well-positioned Madden and Chance there on the other side. Meanwhile, a lurk play set up for F9 and Moneymaker. Seems like they have Void's Jace in the line of sights here. Jace has to be careful.
Yeah, they kind of land in terms of Fnatic and Moneymaker, south of where they're currently at. They take that kind of island, that shoreline, whatever you want to call it. They lurk their way up. Went from being contested to uncontested, and already they have some tricks up their sleeve. And I only see Jace as of now. Liam isn't too close by. The slurp truck is still there, so if Jace does take some early damage, he could potentially try to heal up, but he's going towards the garage right into Moneymaker, and this one is definitely going to be a wrap. That first shot is going to hurt onto Jace. Eventually, he's going to drop. So Moneymaker and Fnatic already with the sneaky plays here, game one.
Moneymaker for 9, both aimed down sight with that shotgun. You saw he went from 200 HP down to about 30. That was just the opener. There's not a chance he's going to survive that one, unfortunately. For Higgs, Curve on the other side, sticking to their true drop spot here. Now, what they do really well is obviously loot this up, and somehow, some way, they tend to find their way into battles here on the outer edges. But like we said, Higgs and Curve kind of throwing that conversation out there that they might look to key across the river. While Victor and Queasy did have some words for them, as you saw the video Victor posted. He was talking about, hey, come this way, and Queasy's gonna box you up, Higgs. Don't you try it.
Yeah, that's big words coming from Vic, though, because him in some pressure situations always seems to pull up. The fight does continue at Latte Landing with Madden going down. Chances still up, but he's in a 1v2. Veno on one side trying to take over as many of those pieces. Agers on the other, making sure he cannot get away for free. So even though Chance is lurking, trying to heal up, he's just trying to buy some time. Separate Veno and Agers into 2 separate 1v1s, but it doesn't look like they really want to give him that opportunity. Just spraying with the Spire Rifle. And the Spire Rifle is one of the new unvaulted weapons, replacing kind of the Stinger for the most part. And even though it doesn't have that fast rate of fire, you could endlessly spray it past like 40, 50 ammo in the clip. So that's just a lot of pressure you could put out.
Yeah, one thing I can tell by the way that this fight is going, looking and judging by the loadouts here, they haven't taken much damage, so this should be a purely net positive fight for them right now. For Veno and Agers, it's perfect considering that they've kind of spent a lot of time here lurking about and waiting for Chance and Madden to initiate the fight. That patience might just be paying off here. All he just has to do is hit the shot. There it is. They wrap this one up quickly, and there isn't a team in sight, judging by the map. So, well played for them.
Which is kind of surprising with Aoxy and Jojo Fishy landing on that mountain. Could have been a great opportunity, but there goes the first elimination from Venom. That's what really opened up this opportunity. And as you were saying, taking no damage. So even though we did see a couple scratches there at the end, you got to realize the eliminations, the damage, like you said, is going to be a net positive. So for Venom and Agers, they already have the zone pushing towards the north. They have the early game eliminations for points, so confidence has to be at an all-time high for them.
Yeah, as much as I love this Frosted Flats rotate for Peterbot and Pollo, they are finding themselves in between a multitude of teams. Doesn't look like they've managed to entertain any fights just yet either, so this game could be the first that'll set them up for a comeback story if they get collapsed on. Yep, I was going to say, there's probably some really good teams set up there. It's Acorn and Bolts nearby. No easy pick by any means. We've seen the most success out of Peterbot and Pollo when they push those more underrated, newly formed duos, right? Folks with a little less experience kind of on the way. But right now, Peterbot seems to be squished between some goats. On the other side, though, we have Ritual and Cold here at the Battlewood. Looking pretty decent. What's your take on this duo here today? They need that global spot.
I mean, they feel like they're one of the teams, when you kind of look at everybody, the uncontested drops, they have to be in everybody's favorites to make the global championship, possibly even win here today. I've seen some predictions place them inside of the top 3, and it's just kind of building off of the chemistry. I think it was Vivid, Kelly talking about the placings that they had in trios with Peterbot on their roster, but you never lose that chemistry. It's almost like riding a bike. They have one of the best POIs, and I say one of the best because it's an argument going around the community which is the actual best one, and they got the whole south side essentially all to themselves. So I gotta think they have to have some of the best chances here this weekend as Skittle and Kyan get that elimination there, essentially kind of cone him off, poke the bomb, some would say.
Yeah, nice little elimination there. Meanwhile, we get a little update with Clicks here, sitting atop Surge base right now. Got Rapid playing catch-up here, down inside of the actual POI. Curly, Tyler rotating around the outskirts here. No sights on them just yet. I'm not sure if Clicks has actually noticed them. So they're making a rotate. No, Clicks actually has no idea it's got a duo right behind them just yet. He actually misses them. They get pretty far off. They'll probably render out here shortly, but either way, Rapid and Clicks will somewhat of a favorable zone here, so they'll be able to rotate pretty quickly, pretty easily here shortly.
Just kind of scratching my head just a little bit. Obviously, I think the Josh Yamzo, Seek Taki taking the left side, kind of where Clicks is above now, that's where they were landing, kind of fighting it out. And typically you do see them use that cube to jump on other teams. But as we saw, Moneymaker and Fernayan around them, uncontested. They went for an elimination. Towards the left side, they're not going to be able to do it. So a lot of those opportunities to surprise a team and jump on them due to the competition around them may not necessarily be there, or at least here early on in game one. But as we continue to look around, we know Frosted Flats, Peterbot and Poyo are nearby. You see Oliver OG and Xpon in the distance. But as you know, Acorn and Bolts, they're the ones that hold down Frosted Flats. And you got to notice in the minimap, they actually have one of those two legendary POIs.
Yeah, definitely. Nice sight lines on everyone around them. The zone's actually pulling straight this way. And they get a little favoritism with the zone still pulling over this mountain here. This is one of two basically high points that's available kind of in this side of the map. This can cause for some very interesting turmoil come to endgame. Meanwhile, Shadow Virgo. Man, we saw so many conversations start to unravel here. Talk about putting Virgo on the fraud watch, right? Like, what's going on? What happened during Heats? It should have been a shoe-in competition for them. But either way, they dominated their way through the LCL. And they did it in such a spectacular fashion, right? You saw how Virgo managed to clutch up his game, send himself straight through to the finals. There's a lot of haters out there, right? You have folks like Veno trying to bet against them, but in the end, the M8 team came out ahead.
So far, looking good in this game, just like DK, Causers, taking a quick tag there in the distance by Vlex. But you got to imagine with that elimination, they did get a decent amount of surge. They got to start feeling confident here. Got to be quick on the button, though. Storm is doing a decent amount of damage, so gold is definitely going to be relevant for them in this game. As we jump on board, the eastern side of the map, though, we haven't seen too much from these shores. Booga and Braids kind of making it out, contested or not. They seem to be faring well. They're only 100 damage above the threshold, though. That's my main concern. It isn't necessarily the resources, the materials, anything of the sort. Because even though they're 123 above now, this is the first surge that we have in the game. So if they don't continue to accumulate those numbers, we could see a point in time where they fall below that threshold.
Yeah, this entire setup is, I was going to say, almost solely dependent on whether or not a team's going to rotate around the outskirts for a dead side, and I'm not sure I love it. Underneath them, you saw Contrap and Darzi there, so the fight sort of broke out, didn't really have a meaningful ending. We'll keep tabs on it. On the other side, though, you have Jit here, just at the Latte landing. Again, so much contestation happening up here. Veno and Agers looking to stay deep in the storm right now, maximize their materials, and even that, even after finishing their fights the way you saw them do it, look at this. Their loadouts are not that pretty, not on the material count at least, and we're getting closer and closer to the 2-tick.
Yeah, it's not just the material. You see bandages in the inventory. Obviously, you know he needs those, doesn't want to use that Chug Jug unless he actually has to, but you can kind of see, because of a triple contested fight, even if you win the fight, not a lot of resources will remain when the dust settles. But they are going to go ahead and use the zone to their advantage to try to get Surge. Victor V and Queesia. A real peculiar situation. 18 below the damage threshold. Uncontested on the day. And so you got to imagine with how long it took them to actually farm up and get their game going, they probably haven't had too many chances to get Surge at this point in time.
Yeah, this is actually very, very scary, right? Only 4 above here. If it would have went any differently, it would have taxed them incredibly just with the Surge being active here. But they're looking to stay inside the Storm and play for some super key positioning right now. Now that the Storm Surge is actively turning on here, it's going to start costing them. But look, there's duos all around them. They just got to start getting active here, finding the shots. I was going to say, Queasy, these are the tags you need to hit here. These are your game-determining, game-defining shots right now.
Yeah, you can get 100 damage with the body shot. We just need to be able to hit those shots. Those are crucial ones like you were talking about. That led to 3 extra Storm Surge ticks, which was about 75 damage, possibly even more, because now he's taking that time to heal up. But you got to imagine Victor V also being very, very persistent to try to get them above the damage threshold. That's why they're going to find themselves 43. Again, it's not a feeling of comfortability now that they're above that damage threshold, but it's a moment for them to breathe and reassess the situation.
I'm curious as to whether or not they have extra heals to work with here at the POI. Well, we're rooting for them, so we'll see how it goes. Meanwhile, Peterbot sees what's happening here just outside the storm. We're talking about them needing a little bit of activity, but look at this. It turned into a nice little third party from range. Finds a fresh Elam there. Those are the big ones that matter. Peterbot Boyer rotating in from the outside of the storm. Again, no one wants to stay there. 2-tick, and then the 5 is going to start ripping apart players that get greedy here. Diabzo, Josh on the other side fighting for their surge. Fighting for their tournament life right now, barely holding on, 59 above. There's a couple cheeky tags there. Can he get the Elam? He does. Nicely done for Iamzo.
And honestly, coming into this, I was a little worried, you know, not necessarily knowing where they're going to drop as Josh does go down, but they've been in this situation before at the Summit Land, having to change things up at the last second. But it gets even worse now with Josh going down. Iamzo left by himself. The blessing is they're at least above the damage threshold. On the other side, no blessings coming their way. Victor V down. Queasy still getting struck by Storm Surge. Eventually gets in the box before he gets sent right back to the lobby. And this is where you see game 1 of finals sometimes usually has the most tricks going around.
Yeah, Storm Surge starting to take its toll. Queasy and Victor V are now down and out. Iamzo and Josh not looking too great either as Josh gets taken out, trying to basically barrel roll his way into the safe zone. It was close, but a little too far for Iamzo here. At least Josh's loot, he does get to secure it, right? So he gets a couple extra heals. He'll be able to go the distance for a little bit here. He's not too far off a placement, especially considering they pulled zone, but we'll see what the damage is looking like. Oh, yeah, not too good. This is a rough spot to be in.
Yeah, and you can kind of see him switch into that different shotgun instead of the striker. That's just because he probably wants to shoot off into the distance. It does land damage farther than the striker actually would. So Iamzo trying to use his brain. Instead of preparing for a box-to-box fight that may never come, he's just trying to make sure he gets above the damage threshold. Booga down in the distance as well, currently positioned up above. And this is where you can see how chaotic this lobby is actually getting because of Storm Surge. If you're not proactive, you're not reacting in real time, you end up in a position just like this. You see Braids on the other side, Booga down, but he is really making it work. A couple shots gonna connect, is gonna get him 100 above.
Yeah, Braids looking to clutch this one up by himself. Iamzo here looking to play solo too. Surge is now active. Iamzo taking a bunch of damage. Meanwhile, Braids is trying to stay active so he doesn't slip behind, but Iamzo's got so much more to worry about. Meanwhile, a team falls. He manages to catch a little bit of relief here, but for how long will that last? And look at how close they are, actually. Iamzo and Braids hip to hip as two of the only solos here on the backside of zone.
And I was going to say, this zone could be a nightmare here in the next one, but it's not going to be a max pull for either one of our solos, Iamzo or Braids, but it's definitely going to be a ton of distance to overcome, especially for Iamzo. 42 below, active surge. He lands a shot, but it's going to be a trade, so not a net positive overall. A couple of quick tags are going to land onto the back of X-Bomb. That's going to get him 141 above the damage threshold, but you can see he's running out of everything.
Yeah, but that was an incredible play now. That buys him so much more time here. As long as he doesn't slip behind, he'll definitely be able to turn this into something here. The longer he waits, the later he gets to rotate here. We'll see if that ends up playing to his benefit. Meanwhile, Reed and Cooper earning their drop, making the most out of it as well. 2 Elams here and now. Looking comfortable, but the material count a little worse for wear. Very light here for the most part.
Yeah, and you can kind of see 400 damage above. We saw Reed's loadout for a second, Cooper's as well. Double Spire rifle. So you see their plan for this game, Monster, was just get above that damage threshold at any cost. They're hoping to maybe pick up a pistol or something else as the game does continue. But you're seeing the update affecting a lot of the game plans. Even Clicks and Rapid here having a little bit of a struggle. Half their POI taken below the damage threshold. Rapid finds that opportunity. 46 above. It's at least a moment for them to breathe as they get another opportunity there. Not necessarily the elimination monster, but all of that loot.
Hey, but also the placement points. They've managed to make it to the most difficult part of Fortnite, and that's the end game where placement points starts to get dished out here. Meanwhile, Acorn's down. Bolt is by himself, finding himself in the mix here, 10 below as well, but a couple players just have to fall here for him to be safe, so shouldn't be too much of an issue. In any case, being a solo here is a tough spot to be in. Let's see what Bolts can do as far as clutches are concerned. We saw what Acorn did over the course of the last weekend as he found his way to a massive highlight. Meanwhile, looking at things from the high ground, you have Aiden just kind of holding things down in Calixi. Yamzo still standing here. Finds another Elim as well. This one onto Oliver OG. Very nice for them. That's 3 Elims and more placement points.
Yeah, from 2 builds to 65 plus. One of the most important refreshes anybody can come at this point in time, trying to keep himself going. He's in the meat of those placement points. Top 10 is where you get half of them. And as of now, Aiden and Clixie, though, up at the top. They have not been contested. We're going over some recycled buildings down below mountains, so nobody really having a chance at this point in time to look up. But we know it's only the night zone, still early, so we know that can come.
This is so uncharacteristic for Peterbot and Pollo. They have pulled some max zones here, forcing them into low ground, costing them so much material. But this is a dangerous place for all the other duos to have Peterbot and Pollo. The speed, the accuracy, their ability to perform is top tier, and you're watching it go down. Meanwhile, Benno Ager, 7 eliminations, dominating right now. My gosh, they are running away with things.
Can already see in the inventory as well, Mythic Pistol, which leads me to leave Victor V, Queasy, probably taken out by them, or something close to it. As Higgs gets an elimination, they immediately try to elevate themselves again. High ground has just been eliminated, and it's Peterbot and Pollo out of nowhere to be the ones to do it, and they've claimed their stake on high ground. But you see Venno and Agers underneath them. Higgs and Curves still firing off, getting eliminations. These are all teams that know how to play towards that height, and here it goes. Venno and Agers are going to be the first ones to challenge up above. Peterbot's down. Agers has gonna fall. Both teams being shattered and placed as solos.
Doesn't matter how good you are, Pollo is dangerous. He wins his ones. Venno gets deleted on the way up, and he's forced to the ultimate low ground. I think another team's actually got their attention to the high ground, but Pollo, it's no sweat as he's trying to download what's happening here all around him. Meanwhile, you can see Vert lurking. You can see Bolt still clutching as a solo as well. And take a look at this. Ritual finding himself by himself once again. Cole doing the smart thing here, dropping him all the excess heals. There goes the material count. He has to stay in the storm in order to pick up these extra mats here to try to go to distance now.
Yeah, but these could be crucial placement points here. Risk-free placement points for the most part, bypassing everything that's going on here. And while Pollo's as a solo up above, Higgs and Curve are clearing out the mid and low layers. Anybody who crossed their path has just been eliminated. And down below, all the way in the mud, Muzz and Rise still holding strong. Their 5th elimination here. It could be between these 3 teams left, as another one's gonna fall. QK has just got eliminated.
NA is so exciting. We're watching these exceptional duos go toe-to-toe right now. Curve and Higgs trying to fight for the high ground here, but Pollo's putting up a strong defense. Curve goes around for it. He wants this high ground more than anything, as that'll set them up for the win. There it is. Higgs beats down Pollo, and now it's theirs to run away with. A little bit of fall damage, some extra shots here, though, so low ground recognizing there's some danger up top. Remember, that's Rise and Muzz, who are running out of material here. This is a big refresh for them. There it is. They managed to get the loot here, and now we're looking at the 2v2.
Yeah, that Mythic Warforged could be the difference, but really no chance to use it. Muzz is going to go down first. His teammate Rise is going to fall to the zone, and Higgs and Curve end off heats with 18 eliminations and start grand finals with a win.
Had the pleasure to talk with Curve and see what he was capable of, and he is carrying that momentum right now. Game 1 to Higgs and Curve there, Zeke. What an exciting start.
What am I watching in game number 1? Oh my gosh, 12 Elim. Victory Royale out of Higgs and Curve. I cannot believe. Is there anything Curve can't do? Kelly, is there anything he can't do?
I mean, lose maybe, but honestly, Higgs and Curve played that so well. We got to watch so many different perspectives there where it looked like there was just so much control on the low and high ground. But then here, Higgs and Curve kind of on the mid ground, but also making sure that they're grabbing these elims, grabbing these refreshes. And then, of course, they wait for the chaos on the high ground. And it was Peter and Pollo versus Venno and AJ. And they just wait till everyone's eliminating each other to steal that hideaway for themselves.
Yeah, kind of crazy how high ground kind of played out here. I would have came into the NA finals here thinking that we would have had some established teams up there throughout, like Peterbot and Pollo, or maybe Queasy even in the mix. But yeah, a lot of teams kind of willing to go for it. But Curve and Higgs were the ones to kind of find the timing that was necessary. Again, we talk about it time and time again. Sometimes taking the high ground just a little bit too early opens you up to just way too much damage. You can see it's 11 zone with just a 10-second timer left before it jumps over to 12th zone. So they go very, very late. And as a result of that, they only had to take out Pollo. And after this, Kelly, I mean, they just went ahead and rained down on the rest of the lobby.
Oh, and for it to be Curve and Higgs versus Muzz and Rise, I swear everyone had a mythic in their hand as well. What a great show off. What a great game one, Zeke.
I mean, there's a reason that Curve went ahead and won. He's a, an FNCS champion, now looking to say, maybe we should hold that title. Maybe that title's worth hanging on to. Maybe I can go ahead and be the best in the world. Higgs, let's go ahead and get you a little W. That sounds pretty sick to me. That was just game number one. That was insanely chaotic. So many things to highlight after the game. What we're going to do is going to break. When we come back, we'll take a look at the leaderboard. I'm stumbling on my words. That's how excited I am. We'll take a look at the leaderboard. See how things are. Don't laugh, Kelly. Production, take us a break. Don't laugh, Kelly. Welcome back, Fortnite fam. Sorry about that. Kelly laughed at me the whole 3 minutes. But we're back. We're back. Game number one. Curve and Higgs. 12 elim. Victory Royale. This is a statement game if I've ever seen one. With so many duos in that lobby. There were followings, like, watching going, oh my gosh, this is the most chaotic end game we've ever seen in our lives. Hope that they didn't find a way. Well, Higgs, Curve, they got themselves the VR. As we start to take a look at these standings, yeah, it's going to be a little skewed for sure. Higgs and Curve break into the triple digits immediately off of that. But man, so many different duos performed so big in that last game. Let's talk about Agers and Venno showing up. Obviously, for Venno, they had that little spat on high ground, and then he decided, oh shoot, we got to go ahead and dip out, and then was left to solo clutch. But still, they're going crazy. They have so many eliminations.
Yeah, and there was a big question as far as them landing in a double contested POI. How exactly are they going to be able to handle this? And they had, what, 5 eliminations early on around Zone 4. So to see them being able to handle these situations early on is exactly what we needed to see from them to be able to have a successful endgame. And that's exactly what we got to watch. Honestly, the height still didn't necessarily go the way that they were hoping to. And having it be up against Peterbot and Pollo, there's only so much that you can do in that 2v2 situation. So although it did come down to a little bit of a solo play from Veno in the end there, not necessarily exactly the end game that they wanted, but with the amount of eliminations that they were able to grab in the early and mid game, it's able to kind of hold them up in our top 10 leaderboard now.
Yeah, great to see Veno and Aegis kind of getting into mix towards the end of the game. I will kind of give everybody at home a quick little peek into some of the stats behind the scenes. Veno actually did the most amount of damage that game. He had upwards of 1,400, and second place actually only had 1,100. So 300 damage, kind of ahead of Higgs, who was in second place there. So the damage is being dealt by Veno, and the damage was actually dealt up towards the high ground. We did see Veno and Aegis try to make a little bit of a play onto Peterbot and Pollo, who of course were kind of holding the high ground up there for just a short spell. That being said, that little bit of a fight that we saw go on up there was kind of actually on the back foot of Peterbot and Pollo finding this elimination right there. If you got a quick glimpse of that, Peterbot was actually down to 9 builds, but that single elimination netted him upwards of 120 builds. After that, they were like, all right, it's time to go ahead and take high ground. Wait a minute. Hold up. Why is Aegis up here shooting me in the back? And yeah, so they were kind of caught off guard just a little bit. But of course, Pollo kind of stayed alive and was forced to go ahead and do exactly what we saw him do at Summit. Went ahead, stayed alive as a solo to go ahead and secure a couple of more points. That being said, it wasn't anything crazy. It wasn't a 1v4 clutch win, but enough to go ahead and keep them towards the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, Pollo, once again, holding that solo, and to do it in the way that he did, where it wasn't necessarily like he was playing scared, he was kind of in the back end of zone. No, he was playing that like he was a full duo, even dropping down to get refreshes on recently eliminated players while still controlling height. But obviously, there's only so much you can do in that moment, especially when you had full duos around you like Higgs and Curve, Muzz and Rise on the low ground. But just lots of big teams in that end game there. But you know, we talked about him a little bit at the start of the show. Muzz and Rise, you asked me, Zeke, is this a team, a duo that can come out and break into the top 10? And I honestly couldn't give you a confident answer at the start. I don't want to lie to you. There was a bit of a question mark because they are so newly formed and we haven't really been able to see them in these set lobbies. But finally, when there's doubts casted, they like to make sure that there is no doubt for them anymore. Muzz and Rise getting second place in the game number 1 is a great way to start their tournament.
I mean, second place, 6 eliminations, and honestly had a pretty good chance to go ahead and win that game as well, as they were a duo alive kind of on the low ground there. Unfortunately, couldn't make it happen, but they will definitely be happy with their game 1 performance without a doubt.
You know, there's so many other things in that game. There were so many solo clutches. I got to think about that Yamzo solo clutch in that game. Again, we have 12 games we have to fight through, right? This isn't like a sprint. This is a marathon. So finding these situations where you can pick up these critical points, man, major props to Yamzo.
I mean, it was even before this moment when Josh first went down, where he was trying to break into the edge of zone, and he had 2 different teams kind of pinching him from either side, and he was just using so much mats, so many of his heals just to stay alive. I thought, well, there's no way, he's used up so many resources, but Yamzo grabs this clutch refresh elimination in the moment that he needed it most, just giving him the mats that he needed to survive and make it into the endgame even further. And so that's allowing them to be currently in 16th place. And honestly, from how rough that kind of transition into the moving zones were, I think that that is an impressive result for him.
Yeah, I think when he actually entered that situation himself, I think they were on 8 points. So if he just went down, didn't actually put up a performance like that, he'd be on 8 points and a whole heck of a lot further down the leaderboard. So 28 points, nothing too crazy, but still kind of keeping them in the top 20. And we were looking at that second page right there. I did see another team that I'm sure everybody at home was kind of seeing as well. Acorn and Bolts in 15th place. Not necessarily a good game from those guys. Kind of expect them to do better, but that's why we love grand finals. 2 days, 12 games total, so 11 more to go.
Yeah, this is just like the feeler game, right? This is just the first of many to come, and that's fine, right? We probably don't want to have more games like that, but this is Acorn Bolts. I have full faith They'll come out swinging either this game or the game after, or they'll just win everything. Let's just let Acorn and Bolts win it all. All right, sorry about that. I saw the future there for a moment. Forgive me. With that being said, it's that time, though. We're almost getting ready to kick off game number 2. What have our players learned? What are they going to do differently? How are they going to take the fight to everyone on the battle bus for those global championship spots? Whoa, sorry about that. Got crazy there. Casters, over to you.
Zeke always keeping things interesting. For me, my takeaway here, Jacob, is the noticeable gap. 12 eliminations in a grand final setting. You get more points, you are rewarded more. So Curve and Higgs are very far from some of that other competition right now.
Yeah, we've also seen a few teams that you didn't necessarily expect to be dealing with Storm Surge were actually really affected by that Storm Surge mechanic. Inability to get enough positive damage ratio throughout the course of the game really hurt them in the second half of those zones. But there's 11 games left, plenty of time to make adjustments, so let's just jump into game 2.
Here we have it. Game number 2's kicking off, and of course, Booga and Braids. We have this big question mark on their contested drop. It seems like they've gotten themselves a little bit of distance from Contrap and Darcy. In the early game last time when we tuned in, the fight had already broken out, and they were almost forced into a stalemate here. I do wonder if it's just the terrain, right? It's really hard to navigate with all the trees and whatnot. If this drop spot is ever going to be completely clear for them, probably not. But on the other side here, you have the fight with Yanzo and Josh breaking out already, and they're coming out way ahead.
And I already see a little difference here in this fight versus kind of how we peeked into the action in that last game is unless they got big pots off or maybe a chug, it doesn't look like they took a single hit of damage. So already changed the way things up, but this one will not change. Triple contested as Agers actually gets 2 to jump on him. They don't get the uncontested eastern side anymore, but he does scare him off, gets the first floor loot. Veno jumps in to take down Chimp, basically leaving 20 by himself on this side of the map.
So smart too. Look at the thought process coming out of Veno there, not to fully commit into the builds, knowing that the teammate was here, waits for Agers to come through, but 20 gets the exchange there. In the end, Veno was quick, but here it is. Madden and Chance want revenge. They're coming in fast. Veno's gonna have to play this one smart.
Yeah, essentially 2v1. You've got Aoxy and Jojo Fishy in the distance as well that can potentially disrupt this. Agers fully eliminated out of this game. No chance for a revive. 68 points in that last game for Veno and Agers. They made a play for the high ground, and consistency throughout 2 games really relies on this, how he's going to survive. He doesn't have any extra shields. Other than that, he just found, thanks to Ritual going down, of course. So this is definitely going to leave him with his hands full.
This is perfect. Look, you have Magma now starting to look up as well, possibly thinking about jumping into this fight here, but Veno's lurk game is just the best that we've ever seen. Look, he holds it down so long enough that Chance and Manor are still debating if whether or not it's worth going inside the builds here. Veno just watching. He could even sneak out if he really wanted to, but might get caught in the process. He already has the card. There it is. Look, now they're going to leave them to second guess themselves, and Veno's probably going to get away scot-free here.
Yeah, those third-party shots from the distance kind of made Madden a chance to kind of scurry away from that side, which means they can no longer lurk. But the shot from above, the rapid-fire SMG, Veno strikes him down and brings it to him and Chance in a 1v1 scenario. Chance getting that shockwave effect, being able to move a little bit faster could be the difference maker here, as he's able to weave in and out of the box. But Veno still hitting Haymaker after Haymaker. Got him boxed up. Veno,
oh no,
what are we witnessing, monster?
But now Magma comes up. He sees what's going on here. That back wall was not his. He does manage to take it just in time, and now he's scrambling to try to stay up here. 2 shots coming in from both sides, and Veno falls with 4 eliminations. He did manage to pad the stats, but in the end, Void and Magma's timing was just too good. They waited patiently, but my gosh, what a clutch from Veno there.
Yeah, it just almost seems to me everybody was watching the feed. When you see Chimp go down, you're like, at least 2 teams are fighting. When you see Madden go down to Veno and Agers, you're seeing all 3 teams in that exchange. Magma and Void probably watched the feed along with Reet and Cooper. Perfectly timed it. At least 1 elimination, cleaning that one up, getting some surge. And this is where you see Reet and Cooper kind of doing the same thing. They have the luxury to rotate around because of that crucial win against Josh and Iamzo for the actual POI. So now they can easily go back to Wonky Land and continue on with the rest of their game.
just an explosive start to game number 2. And I mean, I'm thinking to myself, like, how do you hit the drawing board on that? What can you do better, right? Like, when a team just decides they're gonna full 50-50 you, and you manage to win that fight as fast as they did, but the other duos jump on you, and then you have a lurk outside of the POI. I mean, at this point, something's got to break here. Well, either way, we get to start touching base with the teams that are performing very, very well here. Muzz and Rise, of course, have a nice little lead, nice little cushion being built here. You have Clicks and Rapid fighting off against Mirops. Mirops just recently signed to Team Force here, unfortunately. He is going to be one of the first to fall. 2 eliminations now for Clicks and Rapid here as things are starting to rack up for them.
I already know what happened. I already know what happened. We might see a replay soon, I don't know, but I already know what happened. They used the cube yet again from Sanctuary, and that was one of the things with everybody contested around them, or you can jump on Moneymaker, or you could jump on Visuals and Threads. I think they just saw QK Mirops out of position. The first one got surprise attacked, and then from there, 2v1 against Clicks and Rapid. Honestly, gonna be hard for anybody to overcome odds like that, so they're gonna go ahead and start their game off, and you can really see a lot of the adjustments from not just one team, but multiple teams in this lobby. One of the things I kind of noted when we started this game is how some teams were kind of lacking with Storm Surge. It was the inevitable downfall. I think they're realizing from game 1 to game 2, that cannot be a thing.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Josh Niamzo, we know, had very little surge going into that second zone 6 or so, right as we got to that moving zone. So things were looking a little worse for wears for them. Another team that we definitely want to touch on, obviously King and Craze here, right? Very strong duo. We didn't really see their journey nor follow it game 1, but they were in 4th place with 4 eliminations. They have just been playing exceptionally well over the last few weeks, and they have slowly and surely earned their way into the conversation as a team that can be a dark horse winner of this weekend's competition. Part of what's going on here is that there are so many teams contested all around them, so a lot of favorable things kind of lining up for King and Craze. But take a look at this fight, Peterbot and Boyo. This is more about what we see from them grains to grains, right? Picking and choosing their fights wisely.
Yeah, they just got to be careful here. They're a little bit further north than I would expect it at this point in time, but again, the zone pulling, probably forcing their hands, but they went from Sinister all the way to above Calamari Canyon, even though we probably don't see him yet. One of those 2 teams in the minimap could very well be King and Craze, looking to third-party it, because we know when it comes to King and Craze, they don't necessarily sit in one of those boxes shooting off in the distance to get their surge. They're a fighting team. They kind of remind you of like that early Peterbot and Poyo duos, where even if they were below on surge, you kind of see them fighting on the outskirts. The next time you see them, they're 500 above. That's the feeling I get from King and Craze.
Yeah, definitely a dynamic duo. Boyo, Peterbot right now. This is looking pretty good as they disengage from the fight. They've got what they wanted. They got to touch the vending machine there, get a couple trade and tags off there. See Acorn Bolt still watching nearby. Last time in game 1, they were kind of positioned up not too far from Peterbot and Boyo in Frosted Flats. This time they have found themselves in a bush, also in the warpath of Peterbot and Boyo. So the strategies coming together fairly closely game to game, but also dynamic from game to game, which you can definitely appreciate.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes good shots right there from Acorn, but when you're kind of boxed up, you know, teams don't necessarily peek unless they kind of see a window open, a half edit, so they're not necessarily looking in your direction. By utilizing bushes here, you do leave yourself vulnerable. How many times have we seen teams rotate by and just kind of blindly shoot the bushes to make sure nobody's there? But what this is allowing them to do is catch so many teams off guard, even the ones that are in their bases. And even though it might be one shot here, one shot there, those small numbers add up over the course of the game. So Acorn having his head on straight along with Bolts, looking to make up for a couple of the mistakes they made in that last game. As we continue to look around, Boji, Alongo, Kausers, DK, Vlex, and his duo there. Still on the outskirts, still early on in the game, Monster, so I don't think it's necessarily going to affect too many players being this slow to the zone.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're taking their time, but they're farming teams for surge damage here, but in the distance, that duo we just saw, H-Cube and VLEX hearing the shots, so now they have effectively all the information of the 2 teams and where they're positioned inside the storm line there. Meanwhile, Curve and Higgs on the other side. I just find it so interesting that they somehow managed to piece together enough damage considering they play one of the most isolated sections of the map here, but they just get to it when it matters. They find their damage fast.
Yeah, I think part of that is not necessarily that they're not finding damage, is they're not taking damage either, you know what I mean? So it ends up kind of at 0 for most of the early game. One tag is going to put them above most of the teams, even taking no damage. You see the rotation coming out from Reed and Cooper, something that we saw in the heat stages for them to make it there. Reese Hub just going, showing everybody how it works. You kind of just either pickaxe or just take a shot at one of those flotation devices, flies in the water. And the key for this strategy, though, is that rapid fire SMG. Every other weapon in the game will simply do way too much damage. The flotation device will break, and you'll end up like the skipper, just stuck in the middle of nowhere. But they go ahead and do that, allows them to, in a matter of 60 seconds to maybe a minute and a half max, they rotate all the way from Wonky Land to the southern portion of the map where they're looking to head.
This is what makes them such a sleeper duo, right? Look at the preparation involved in setting themselves up here for the grand finals. You didn't see this come out of this particular team during the heat section. We did see this strategy used during the heat section, but we knew there was going to be a team to bring it to grands, and of course, go figure, it's Reed and Cooper now. Meanwhile, Virgo and Shadow, a very slow start to their game. One Heat Wave Harbor, bringing a lot of troubles here for teams nearby. Shadow, Virgo, watching things off in the distance. It's a full-on fight breaking out right ahead of them. You have Webster here.
Along with Encrypted. Webster, you know, part of that 313 community with Bucky, Okus, who's also in this. I know Brando's kind of joining that as well. And when Webster qualified, the entire house erupted with cheers. Like, that is the type of friendship you want to have, supporting. And that comes from Bucky not making the actual finals. For him to still show that support is just absolutely insane. And so for Webster Encrypted, I feel like Webster's playing with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. You know, being passed up by so many duos, finally getting somebody in Encrypted that he's confident with. And I think this is a moment to prove, like, hey, I'm not just a content creator, I'm a threat to your guys' lobbies.
Right, he's gonna start to separate himself from the narrative. Uga, Braids on the other side, still here. They've moved not too far off, but they've managed to find themselves as the Frosted Flats, playing a Surge Tower deep in the storm. Very interesting strategy right now. But you can see the population really starting to thin out. Meanwhile, look at this. Jacob, we have one of those indestructible kind of bases being built around the trees that can give them that extra fortification here. This is already looking pretty tough for them, though. 92 below. They're going to be forced to reposition here, find a team to fight.
I was gonna say, they probably feel like they see nobody up there on the mountain, but little do they know, Donnie and Slepsies are going to be above. They're 92 below, so even if they do end up running into them and taking the fight, it's a fight I feel like they need here. Building in a lot of wood, that's a sign of weakness. They're quickly switched on over to Brick, but is it too little, too late? Poyo ends up in the box, gets the first drop on his Slepsy, but he takes a big shot himself, so they're still going to be below that damage threshold. Peterbot finally gets in, good damage being dealt out, and just in time, because Poyo had fallen, and now he has to be the hero. No! The full fall damage. Why Peterbot now has to worry in the 5th zone monster how to get his teammate back.
So tough. You saw what he tried to do. He tried to build the floor to catch his teammate, but everything just came crashing down, and Peterbot went with it. Unfortunate amount of damage taken there in the process. I mean, at this point, it does make sense for him to come back up, kind of reuse these builds here the best that he can since the zone comes here, but also probably take the fight here shortly. What a fight, though.
Yeah, I gotta figure out what... Oh, the roll around from the ramp to the flat grab. That's what it was. If it would have been just floor on floor, he would have been fine. But from ramp to flat ground creates the roll. He tumbles and stumbles off the edge, and now you can kind of see it. Instead of going for any bit of rebate or reboot miracle in the backside of zone, he said, you know what, Poyo? You handled Summit Land. Let me handle game 2.
But what was crazy, too, like, this is a full circle moment. You saw the graphic coming in about how, like, Peterbot had no clutch points, right? Like, earned as a solo. Well, it seems like the universe is saying, let's just even those numbers out a fair bit here. We'll just have to see what Peterbot can do for himself here and now. Meanwhile, Victor V and Queasy, 123 above. Small adjustments to the strategy seem to have worked for them so far, but not by a large margin, but enough to give them some room to work with.
I just got to be careful here because it's not just Angel and Joe there that they have to worry about. Higgs and Curve on the backside of that mountain as well. So even though they think It's a little under the radar, that side of the map. There's still a lot of contention here. Zonda and Okus was talking about Webster and his success. Okus coming back after a little break and immediately making the actual FNCS Grand Finals. And he was saying, I'm landing everywhere. He marked the whole drop map and said, if you're in first, I'm coming for you. Zonda, though, takes a Storm Surge pick before any of that fight happening, which means he's going to go down. Okus, though, being granted an opportunity here, able to clean up that elimination. Hopefully that can get him above the damage threshold because it cannot stop here. He still has to rotate to zone.
Yeah, and even if he gets rewarded with the elimination credit there, he's 8 damage below, so he needs to tag something here. And now you have a couple players loose off to the right side of him. There it is. At least the damage ends up settling and balancing out. Okus now by himself here. Already have earned himself 12 points, 4 of which came from that last elimination. Looking at the bigger picture here, though, Queasy, Victor V seem to have settled in comfortably, but take a look at this. Trouble in Paradise for King and Craze, the team that, again, we've hyped up their situation arguably the most. They probably have one of the most favorite kind of situations falling in place for them on their side of the map, but this time, Surge, for the first time, I feel like all season long, they're having a problem with. Meanwhile, you have Peterbots. They're on the side. Craze likely to have to take this fight here shortly.
Yeah, you can kind of see him trying to cover as much distance on ground at first, but realizing teams are there, he's going to have to shockwave on out. But now he only has one of them left, and in fact, it's going to be 0 before he inevitably gets eliminated by Havoc. Perfectly timed opportunity there for him. You got to imagine the stress he was under, especially if he is a solo. Muzz and Rise facing some stress themselves. Lobby focus for a short moment, and you know as well as I do, when you build in wood, you're getting focused. People tend to think you are weak. They continue with that green light. Muzz is taking a beating here. Not sure where Rise is at. We saw him outside of the zone healing, but Muzz needs help, and he needs help fast.
Yeah, this is really rough right now. Look at the map. Everyone has found themselves cuddled up on this bottom section, just the way this, you know, this rotate kind of played out here. And that's why the lobby focus is so strong. It's so noticeable here. Everyone can kind of just get involved, consider how close you are. And yeah, the cliff here is not helping. So what a way for this one to play out. But here you have it. Victor V set up on high ground. Queasy on the opposite side. They've taken 2 solo singular towers up top. The zone's going to start playing, I believe, towards Queasy's side here. And this is what we expected of Victor V and Queasy. They set it themselves. Every game, they will go for high ground if they are in the lobby. Game 1 was tough, but now they've made it past the difficult part.
Yeah, you see there, Queasy, 35 victory royales in FNCS finals that he's played in. And this could be number 36 here if him and Vic can continue to hold their presence on the high ground. But it is 7th zone. This is way earlier than most teams typically start to take it in the 8th and 9th. So hopefully they have enough materials. The key thing for them here, Monster, is find eliminations, drop down for that loot. Otherwise, if they're contested, they might not have any materials to fight it off.
Listen, I've heard Victor V say it himself that high ground is easy. You just got to get up there, and there's a misconception about taking it early. Well, they're looking to show us just why that is. Meanwhile, though, Clicks and Rapid playing the mid-ground layer right now. There are so many teams here, again, considering how congested the way the zone is forcing players, and it's moving right back and forth over the same areas. These are not max pulls by any means, so it really is going to force players to basically stay alive for a little longer than they otherwise normally would.
Which means Victor V and Queasy might not have all the time in the world to pressure because of those recycled builds, but Higgs and Curve, winners of game number 1. First place so far in our leaderboard, 121 points. Less than 40 players, so Storm Surge, not necessarily a worry for the rest of the game. It's just making it from point A to point B consistency. And you can see him looking off to the side, seeing Angel, spots him out as a solo, immediately putting down the pressure. And you see the Spire rifles. I thought we would miss the Stinger with that being vaulted, but right now those Spire rifles are putting down an immense amount of pressure.
Victor V, Queasy already reinforcing the build up top. We keep an eye on them. Acorn takes a lot of damage on that rotate, forces them to use a full chug here, and that's 1 down, 1 left to go. A singular shockwave for them here. This is the last of their rotates. No edit comes through, though. They're just looking for the stamina boost. There they go. Meanwhile, you see Curve kind of eyeing up that second height. Pressure comes in from Queasy. They force their way down, and then you have Rapid and Clicks lurking on the mid layer.
Yeah, even below them, you have Cold and Ritual. Yamzo, what seems to be by himself, another game forced to clutch up. I think he got around 18th place in game number 1, so already meeting that quota. As Rapid and Clicks, as you said, continuously looking up. Some damage is going to connect. That's going to give them the confidence to shockwave their way on up and battle for it. In their eyes, this could be the reason why they win the game, but Victor V is not able to be in the same box with Queasy. He's just trying to put pressure down to keep Queasy alive.
This is where he has to shine, though. They actually give up the high ground. Both sides have used all their material, but Rapid's the one who's super healthy here with the material count, so he will manage to kind of remain in control here. Meanwhile, Acorn loses bolts once again. Now Acorn has to clutch this one up by himself. We're in the top 14 here, though. Placement points are really starting to get dished out. Meanwhile, I see Queasy finds elimination. Acorn finds one, too, and they're going back-to-back, tit for tat, and points are starting to add up now.
That feeling of deja vu of heat stages, Acorns, quad eliminations in the zone to keep himself alive. But as we jump on board, Cold and Ritual, you can see them going underneath the radar, only peeking when they have to. They know they have to rotate to the zone, but they're lurking on any potential players that are in shambles towards the back before they start to move forward. They realize they want to take the left side where it continues to open up, cut off as many players as possible. Acorn doing it all by himself, so he has to make that sacrifice. You see him run into the zone, build some extra space, and then start his heals.
Key placement points potentially to be earned here as Higgs. Curve find another elimination here. This is on to Minish. Now we're inside the top 10, and that's a nice little refresher. They find Curve or Cooper there with a big shot. Not too bad, but unfortunately couldn't quite close this one out. Now they're forced to slow down all the way. Cooper forced into a different layer. Victor and Queasy still going here. Their second elimination added up. They find Dozier, find Ishu, find another build there too. Queasy and Victor are cooking here on the low ground. From 0 elim straight to 3 now. All of a sudden, we're inside the top 10.
And a full chug jug found by Queasy. We know those could be a difference maker if it comes down to the heal off. Curve gonna be by himself. 155 points. Still a cushion being built. Not sure how big it's continuing to foster, but Curve just lurking around. 2 builds left. He's trying to save them for the coldest moment here. Cold doing the same thing. 3 builds, healing off to the back. No shockwave to cover that ground instantly. Acorn is finally going to fall. Dash is going to take him out. A lot of the solos here doing the heavy lifting.
This is where it starts to add up, though. Top 5 now. Queasy, Victor V on the low ground. Solos nearby. The edit comes through, though. Queasy has to double back here. Little bit of a pressure situation starting to unfold. Meanwhile, the high ground starting to fizzle out as well with their material counts. Rapid and Click still holding things down since we saw that big clash off the fight for height. But look at this. You have Cold alive. You have Shadow alive as a solo as well. And the only other duo is Nazi there. But look, Cold versus Shadow. Shadow gets the best of him. But Rapid is the one that steals away the elimination credit there.
Points, points, points. That's all they have in their mind as of now because they are on the high ground. You can see down below because of that pressure, nobody can really contest it, but I might have spoke too soon. Dash and Noxy, backside of the zone. All or nothing for them. Top 3 is not good enough. With great shots landed on the Clicks and Rapid, though. They've overthrown him, but I'm not sure Clicks and Rapid are ready to give it up just yet.
This is a fight for the grand finals. Rapid, though, takes down Noxy. Clicks falls. The follow-up for Dash. And Victor and Queasy are sitting back, firing away here, and they will win the game. And the comeback story now is starting to begin.
He was talking about high ground. High ground's easy when you take it. Just look down. They lost high ground. They were forced to give it up, almost looking like they were in shambles, but they turned it around and took the game, Zeke.
Yes! Yes! It's all easy when you're Queasy. Guys, is this just a story of the Young Bucks? Like, what the heck? This is now the second game. Game 1, we get Curve win. Game 2, Victor V win? Kelly?
I mean, listen, as soon as we saw Vicky V with that mythic pistol in his hand, we knew that that was meaning that he got to take it away from Higgs, potentially. We don't actually know what happened in that off-spawn fight, but to see that pistol in his hand, we saw just how devastating he was in heat. So they were able to control that so well on the low ground as well, Vivid. That is where not necessarily we see Queasy frequently, but a great way to handle losing that early high ground take to kind of convert that high ground loss into a low ground dominance.
And absolutely, that's got to be the biggest talking point for these guys right now. I mean, you take a look at how well they ended up playing the low ground, how advantageous of a position they were in. They were just kind of shooting fish in a barrel when all these solos kind of running around. The refreshes just started to flow in. And I love when a team can kind of establish and play two different play styles, because we know Queasy wants to play the higher gun. But the most impressive thing about this game is that under a lot of pressure from Clicks and Rapid, they do not falter. They're able to drop all the way down, remain healthy, and kind of rebalance out their situation to pull out a victory royale. It's like way more impressive than we can really give them credit for, to kind of survive somebody trying to take away the higher gun, kind of have the intelligence to be like, hey, listen, we've lost it, whatever, it's theirs, let's go on and just win the game somehow, some way. An incredible win from Queasy and Victor V.
It looks so good. I cannot believe that was just game number 2. Ooh! When we go to break, or when we're going to break, we come back. We're going to talk about things on this leaderboard. Things are starting to get in shake up, but don't panic. It's just game 2. Don't panic. I'll panic for you. Okay, we'll see you after this. We'll be right back. Welcome back, Fortnite fam, to the FNCS Finals, day number 1. Game number 2, going over to Queasy and Victor V. I almost called him VZ. That would have been crazy. Shout outs to them. Crazy stuff out of that last game. I did mention the leaderboard, though, and the craziness is kind of starting to develop. So again, just a reminder, we're playing for 12 games, 6 today, 6 tomorrow. So this is just the results after game 2. Everything's chill. Nobody freak out. 3 duos currently breaking into the triple digits. Higgs and Curve still holding on to that number 1 spot, which is pretty insane. Quite a ways out ahead of everybody else. Kelly, a 6th place with 2 elims means they get to hold on to that number 1 spot.
Yeah, Kirk with that solo, kind of sticking to the back end of zone in that end game there, definitely allowed them to collect just a little bit more placement points. Seeing them sticking into that first place spot is great to see for them. And obviously, if we're going to be talking about great, we got to talk about Clicks and Rapid. What a great way to show up on the main stage for day number 1. And you know, there was a moment where we saw Clicks and Rapid take, or they were on second height around zone 8, peeking up to height, and then they steal it, but they stole it with Rapid and Clicks having barely any builds. But this elimination onto Javi is what allowed Rapid to get this incredible refresh and be able to kind of control high ground for a lot longer than I initially thought they were going to do, Vivid.
Yeah, actually, I thought Clicks and Rapid were going to go ahead and win this game, but we did, of course, see Noxie and Dash pull out one of those like major one plays that we saw a bunch, right? Kind of hanging back into the storm. Of course, it was a little bit easier to do it in major number 1 because you did have the overdrive grenades kind of combined with the flowberry back then. So now a lot of teams don't usually do it, but Noxie and Dash kind of bringing that into fruition here in major number 2, kind of caught Clicks and Rapid off guard. That being said, it was still a great game for them. You could see they're now in 6th place. They went up the leaderboard 19 placements. They weren't, of course, the only team to fly up the leaderboard, as we did see our game 2 winners there, Queasy and Victor V, fly up 45 placements up the leaderboard. But the cool thing here is that 2nd through 10th are only actually kind of dispersed by just 22 points. So everything is very, very close right now.
I'm looking at that, those triple digits right now at the top there. Ritual, Cold. I mean, you're right though, Viv, right? It's still very close, especially just after the first 2 games of the competition. So many of these duos don't feel like, you know, if you told me, hey, this was like the final game, like if this was game 12, like they are all so into this right now. You can tell, Kelly, they're really giving it everything they have. I mean, even at the beginning of this game, right, we had that crazy clutch out of Veno. Like, these games have not disappointed.
No, watching the end game and seeing it beat all the top competitors that we've seen time and time again. Cold versus Shadow in that moment, and I think it was Shadow that actually came out on top. I actually don't know if he got the refresh from that though, because I think there was just so much chaos going on that even though you have these big names like Cold as a solo, Shadow as a solo as well, it just, there's only so much you can do. And obviously Cold and Ritual currently at the top of our leaderboard right now, looking to be pretty good, but it's Cold and Ritual. I know that they want to win.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they need to actually pick up in the eliminations category because right now they're playing super consistent. I mean, a 6th place, a 5th place, but they only have 4 eliminations in the first 2 games there. A team that we did not talk about that kind of broke into the top 10 there. We kind of mentioned them after game number 1. They were in 15th place. Acorn and Bolts have now entered that top 10 territory after that game number 2 there, where they went ahead and picked up 8th place with 4 eliminations of their own. And again, with how close 10th and 2nd place are right now, this is still pretty much anybody's game. Of course, we're only 2 games in, so I don't want to start to call things early here. But yeah, Acorn and Bolts seemingly kind of picking it up here on the back foot of actually Acorn being left alive as a solo to kind of clutch up a couple of points.
Oof. And once again, I'm so glad that we got to see his solo clutch at the start of this show, that we got to be just fortunate enough to witness 4 heats, and Acorn once again proving that if it's down to him, he is going to be able to do whatever he can to make sure that his team is still able to garner just a few more points. So glad to see them break into the top 10. And although, Zeke, I don't know if we have necessarily a breakdown of them, but Yuz and Sharkman, 2nd place, currently kind of showing some of our top teams up.
I know, it's crazy, right? Like, this has been an insane first 2 games. We've got 30 seconds before we jump back into the game. I wanted to get your guys' thoughts very quickly. Again, we have to remind ourselves that this is a 12-game format. Though I kind of mentioned, like, hey, a lot of these teams are coming out swinging, we have to remember they have to do this over the course of 12 games, right? Like, if this was 6 games, hey, this is the pace we want to be at. But Kelly, with 12 games to go, we got to make sure we save enough in the tank for tomorrow.
100%. And we've talked about it historically, how some players and duos do better on day 2, day 1. Maybe they're really good at VOD reviewing and kind of seeing what they can do to make some changes. And Vivid, I think that we're going to be seeing some of these teams as well make some changes for day 2.
Yep, of course, would not be surprised. That's what we kind of love about the 2-day formats. All of our teams can kind of have the opportunity to adapt. But for now, still in day number 1, game 3, Zeke. Very, very excited to see how it pans out.
Well, Viv, it's ready. Let's find our seats on the battle bus for game number 3.
Already, Monster, it's looking like Higgs and Curve through 2 games are looking pretty consistent. Curve has the most eliminations and second most damage.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of crazy. Curve just finding his confidence this year after that FNCS championship win with Veno. I'm thinking he took away so many key learnings from that he is really looking to start excelling himself amongst the elite players. And hey, at the end of the day, Jacob, they're showing it.
Yeah, and I think on the other side of that coin, kind of Higgs, the same thing. You know, going into the Summit land, Clix and Higgs, they won a Divisional Cup. They were on a high. They were like, we could actually win this. Summit land happens. They dud out. They break up. Higgs kind of blames himself. It's my fault, my IGLing. And now he took that role here as the IGL, letting Curve frag out. We can see if that continues because Game 3 is ready. So let's jump right into it.
Well, one thing's for certain, round after round, Fortnite never ceases to surprise us. You know, last game, the biggest upset, though, was watching Agers and Veno catch that massive clutch and then get third-party by the teams that are lurking nearby. I am curious to see how this one's going to play out. What type of micro adjustments can we see out of Agers and Veno? Because when you start dropping games like that, you see how the leaderboard can begin to gap away from you. And that's going to be a major problem if you're trying to qual to the LAN.
It's got to have a little bit of frustration in it as well. Veno Agers winning the actual off-spawn fight versus all of the teams that were actually there until eventually get third party. Just Cayenne, a little bit of a bad beat, hits the weapon spawn on the outskirts, which leads his teammate to get 2v1 against Dozier and Ishu. But at least it's so early on in the game. There's a lot of splits. There's a lot of loot. He can get a ton of gold to try to get his teammate back in the game. But now I see it. We go back on over to Latte Landing. It seems like one team might not necessarily be in the POI, but still around the outskirts.
Yeah, this is really interesting. You see what happens when you start getting beat down like that at your drop. You start to second guess your chances to the LAN event, so you try to play or pivot to a different strategy. Well, for Veno Agers, the strat doesn't change much for them, but Veno is always looking to set up the lurk. That's the one thing about his playstyle that you can never really prepare for, is where is he hiding? What does he have up his sleeve? He's one of the most, again, sneaky players we've seen as far as the way he has the ability to execute the game plan. Agers hiding nearby in the other building as well. And look, they just have Madden and Chance kind of spooked out here, right? They're just holding down the fort at this point.
Yeah, I feel like it's not only necessarily the players at the POI, it's the result of what happened in that last game. Hey, we could fight it, we could possibly win it, but there's no guarantee Void and Magma ain't gonna come crash this party, or Reet and Cooper for that matter. We saw them rotate on over from Wonky Land early. As we jump back on over to Moneymaker and F9, contested against Oliver, OG, and Xpon. Moneymaker, F9 are essentially hoping that Xpon and Oliver OG forget they even exist, so that way when they rotate around towards this vending machine to farm, he could try to hit a cheeky little shot. Oliver OG just feels a little bit too comfortable here.
Oh my gosh, wait a second. Oliver, though, pops this big shield here. Maybe the senses are starting to tingle just a little bit right now, but he comes out. F9 is there with a monster shot and then jumps into the box to wrap him up. And you know Oliver is like, what just happened? It all ended so fast, and now they look to collapse here. F9 and Moneymaker, man, talk about surprise, surprise. They've done very good throughout the heats, playing this very passive endgame style. And you know what? It's showing up strongly here. Had they not actually fallen short last game, they would be very much towards the top, possibly even second place on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and they're actually playing this one pretty well, rotating up from their actual drop to kind of lurk on this. You could see by their material count, even before Oliver OG went down, they had little to nothing. So they're really kind of playing for this fight here to be a source of all their damage, their surge, and a good pile of their loot as Xpawn being dropped down to less than 100 actual HP. Tries to make a move in the box, but it's Moneymaker and F9 who take him down. And the interesting thing is, Monster, I know it's only 2 games, we're getting into our third, but if the tournament were to end now, Moneymaker and F9 would have locked up that 6th and final spot on NA.
Yeah, they're jumping up. These Elam points are definitely rewarding at this point in time, and you saw just how much of the excellent use even of the scanner there in the end, worth just putting it all on the line to secure those quick elims. Meanwhile, Curve and Higgs have continued to play consistent, the most overly consistent team clearly, as they are 60 points ahead of the rest of the pack here.
60 points. It's like a one bad game cushion. Maybe two, depending on where the rest of the competition lies if they do have that bad game. But they just need to continue this consistency here. Not make any risky plays unless they have to. So we're seeing the other side of the map. Heatwave Harbor, good stop for Shadow and Virgo. They did get the mythic striker pump this time from that duck game, something they didn't have in the last one. They both ended up with 2 gold pumps, but the mythic is the one that gets the one shot off as Yamzo and Josh end up outside of the sanctuary this time around.
I was gonna say, I like that. Giamzo. Yup, this is the duo right here. Look out for. They've been doing pretty well, right? After they patched up their kind of early game surge, you know? It's about pushing it just a little bit further now. A couple little small touches to the playstyle. We'll surely see them fly up this game. This right here is already a bit of a different approach, right? To their general strategy as they're just straight taking the fight against Diminish and Javi.
I'm not going to say they have a ton of familiarity here in terms of Josh and Yamzo, but they did attempt to land here. Game 1 of evals. They were contested. They got beat off of the drop and ended up going somewhere else, but it goes to show that maybe it's in the back of their minds. Just trying to disrupt the whole game plan and the pathing of a lot of these teams already. Javi diminished. The next one in their line of sight, we see Peterbot and Pollo. I wouldn't say they're contested at Sinister Strip, but a whole nother team of Acorn and Bolts are looking to get daring.
Yeah, what is it with Acorn and Bolts just being so close to Peterbot and Pollo? It's almost like they're asking for trouble every single game. But this time around, they get a little close to the sun. You can feel the warmth coming from Peterbot and Pollo. Things kind of simmer down. Pollo's got the distance here. He's just putting shots down at the moment. A lot of loot to fight here. Fight for here, I should say. Pollo still not quite letting it up, though, as he backs off towards Peterbot.
I wonder if this is some sort of Acorn strategy. Disrupt Peterbot and Pollo. Don't let them feel comfortable. And I know there's not a lot of time between games, but if they can find a few seconds to go into replay mode, figure out what's going wrong for their competition, and maybe try to make a play to exploit it. But from Peterbot and Pollo to Webster and Encrypted, Acorn and Bolts are just kind of hunkered down around the Sinister Strip mending machine, just seeing what comes their way and how they can utilize it as an advantage.
Well, whatever Acorn and Bolts are doing, it's working pretty well for them. They've gotten to 13th place and an 8th. All that separates them from the rest is a couple more eliminations. They can pick that up just a bit in the end game. They'll be flying up and coasting towards that top 2. Don't forget, like, if you look at the top 11 overall placement points, anyone in this 80-point range, like, you are as good as being in the conversation to win this tournament right now. So we have 11 teams that are playing very, very high-level, consistent Fortnite at the moment.
Okay, I give them credit. These gamers, I know they're professionals, tier 1s, but we have Observer, and I don't see the guy out there, and they're over here taking shots, getting their surge. Yemity in the distance, trying to stay back over towards Cluster Coast. You got Imagine Visuals and Threats already rotated on out, so he's just trying to get whatever they got left behind. There is a vault there, so there could be plenty. Could be a good strategy for them. As you see in the feed, King taking down Causers, Rise getting some damage, Yuz and Sharkman though. And even though they're, I want to say like kind of triple contested, double contested, it all depends on how you actually landed this drop. Yuz and Sharkman have been beating almost everybody in the actual drop spot here. They have kind of progressively getting better. At one point, we're first place in the overall heat. So this is a team I'm kind of looking at that I don't think anybody has on their radar yet, and they need to put them on their radar soon because they could be a threat for a global spot.
Yeah, just like King and Craze have managed to find their way onto everyone's radar, you can see why for good reason. 2 eliminations here, fighting one of those few teams landing on the outskirts. Many and more to come here as the day continues to develop. Craze, King taking very minimal punishment in that fight as well. Now look at this. You have Sleepsy and Donnie possibly looking to come towards this machine as well. And this is just going to fall right into the hands of King and Craze, where again, these elimination points really do start to separate you from everyone else. Here's Cooper and Creed. Thinking about setting up their rotate right now, but they spotted the team out there.
They have Instead of just clearing the POI, you know, that's one thing you really don't think of in moments like this, is like you almost got to clear the water as well. That is the direction they are going to rotate to. Of course, they can go the whole opposite way. It would just take infinitely longer, and the chances of that side of the zone being kind of more stacked up is going to be very, very high. So they're probably just waiting a little bit longer, hit the mending machine one more time, grab an extra med kit, let that team rotate on out so they can continue with the game plan they have set forth.
Here's a much different strategy for Bugha and Braids. They've rotated into the cluster coast now to actually get active here. Find a couple shots here onto visuals and threats. They're almost denying them just a free, clean pass here. And look at this, the zone is playing towards the south. So this is not exactly a max pull like Bugha and Braids have had to kind of deal with the last two games. It's a bit closer. However, they have taken a lot of storm damage here. Let's jump in with Yuz and Sharkman though. They found themselves on the low ground, almost in a defensive hold up against Nut and QTECD.
They have some sort of a card there for a vault. Not sure exactly where it actually leads to, but that's an extra resource there. If they could somehow survive this fight, make their way on out, but CDZ and Nut just not ready to give up. There's a mending machine down below. Possible damage if they can land it onto Sharkman and Yuz, but for Sharkman and Yuz, it's almost the whole opposite. This vending machine here is a focal part of their strategy, and since the zone isn't that far away, they probably don't want to rotate too soon.
No, they have plenty of heals as well to take their time. All these old builds are all theirs. This full catacomb to work with, there it is. They go rotate out, shockwave their way across. Now, looking at their shockwaves, they only have 3 in the inventory there, so pretty critical resource that they're using early here. Meanwhile, Sleepsy and Donnie, we knew they were coming up. I was thinking they would have almost fallen into the trap of Kingling and Craze, but they seem to have been on high alert as they approach the base here. King, Craze have so much loot to pick from here and now. They're just playing the storm for good measure.
Yeah, they're so far up above the damage threshold right now. More so compared to others, you know, you start to shockwave out early, you get tagged up on the way there, so they're just waiting for the last possible moment to combine those shockwaves, cover distance, make their way on out. Peterbot and Pollo kind of been positioned in Sinister Strip all game long, find themselves 18 below the damage threshold, and it's only been 3 games, but this kind of has been the theme so far for Peterbot and Pollo in today's tournament.
Yeah, speaking of which, them needing these critical attacks reminded me of Game 1 when we saw Queasy and Victor be below. This was like that critical moment that they needed to find attacks. So for Peterbot, this is going to be his Game 3 defining moment. Meanwhile, Adri's Veno, 75 below. Talk about damage being exchanged on all sides here. Adri's ends up taking the bigger punishment from the high ground team. But on the low ground, you have Jace down here already stepping up. So it's a bit of a scrappy fight unfolding here.
Oh, what a daring play there for Veno. You called it scrappy. That was a perfect way to kind of phrase that one. They're just willing to fight for everything, kind of flirting with that Storm Surge threshold above, below. You don't want it to activate. Adri's does find his way to get that elimination, but they don't jump tremendously above the threshold because Adri's took so much damage. So that's just going to be a small victory for Adri's and Veno as of now. Something to propel them into the next step of their game.
Yeah, it's not too bad. They earn a couple points here, but again, a very sloppy fight for them. And then you have Ree and Cooper, who are probably thinking about their damage as well. So we'll see who ends up kind of involving themselves here in a couple moments. But Threats, recognizing danger, he's going to have to put it all on the line. This is actually the best case for, scenario for them. They actually don't take too much there in the exchange. And now Veno and Adri's at least by themselves a little bit more damage.
Immediately shockwaving off. While all that's going down between Veno, Agers, Visuals and Threats, Liam and Jace use that as an opportunity to just kind of sneak their way on out. They already had some scratches on them. They're going to put band-aids as soon as they get to the zone and try to get themselves as close to 200 effective shield and HP. But again, these Storm Surge struggles going down all around the lobby. Reed and Cooper, a whole different rotation this game than the 2 prior. And you can see in how it's effective. No Cooper in this game. Reed struggling to get out of the box. And even if he does, he has to return back 116 below. And it looks like Storm Surge has activated as well. Big shot on the Boji. He's trying to climb his way up that ladder, but still 130 below.
All he has to do is get the Siphon here, and he actually has a fighting chance right now. These are his builds, but the Storm and the Surge are going to turn on here, and now you have to either pop and chug or get the Siphon. You don't have a lot of time to work with. In the end, he misses the shot. Someone follows up behind him, but no, it's not going to be enough to stay alive. And what's crazy about that is, as we called it out, Reed and Cooper were just rotating past Venno and Agers. They actually went to the Storm, and Cooper fell to the hands of Booga, it seems, as he was flying to the safe zone. So super unfortunate. Quick turn of events for them. That's going to slow down their momentum. And remember, they were in 4th place here, basically tied with 3rd and 2nd. So now they're surely going to be set back.
And can you believe it all happened because a team is rotating in the water? They're not able to take their flotation device. They have to rotate on land, and that is what puts them below the damage threshold. Just goes to show, hey, that might be an important part of their overall strategy this weekend. But Peterbot, surprise attack coming from above. Poyo takes so much damage. They're above the threshold, but how far can they keep it that way, especially with Poyo taking damage and being forced outside of the zone? 5 tick per second towards the outside, so he is going to down the entire Chug Jug here.
Yeah, definitely. He doesn't really have another option. Meanwhile, Peterbot's already gone through all his shockwaves, gets caught there, and then loses the opportunity to actually shock himself too. This is just a world of trouble unfolding now. He's below the surge. Great little find there, though, from Peterbot and Boyo to actually make the comms to get back together and shockwave their way through. I mean, if they manage to turn this around, that's going to be the key moment that you just watched unfold there. And that's one thing that professional players at the highest level like them will always do, is keep things interesting.
And you can see he's not being scarce with his materials. He knows he needs an elimination or a ton of damage to kind of stay ahead in this game overall. 123. A couple quick shots from Poyo are going to connect. They continue to climb up that Storm Surge ladder. I'm not sure their problems are over with just yet, but they did ease up on the tension so far. Aoxy and JoJo trying to come from behind zone. Curve and Higgs continue their domination here in the 3rd game, finding more eliminations to help their own Storm Surge.
Meanwhile, Venno and Agers, they were at one point barely holding on, now flying ahead of the competition here. Already at 3 eliminations. They're making up for lost time from that game 2 early falling. Still managing to maintain a very high amount of average eliminations here, but look at this. Find Seek there in the process. The full quick elimination, now they're up to 4, and a big refresh for them here. That's a much wanted material count, even a refresh on the shockwaves too. Taki solo to the side, Vert solo in front of them as well.
Taki is going to get found out from the backside. Higgs and Curve, even though they have to rotate themselves, they're using those quick seconds to pressure everybody towards the outside, force them to use materials, resources, anything to simply just stay alive. And while they have priority position, they immediately shockwave towards the front and do it yet again. Zone after zone, Higgs and Curve finding clear-cut opportunities to increase their possession in the game, but also take down others. You see Chimp falling in the distance. Chimp and 20 forced to swerve off of Latte landing in this game.
Yeah, Cole took down Virgo as well in that rotate. That was a really tough one. Shadows by himself. Meanwhile, Agers, Venno lurking up on a build, forced to build here. They were about to set up an ambush into a box there. And this is what Venno does best. Again, setting up those lurk plays to give them a huge and massive advantage. But as we say that, Curve finds Shadow there too. Here comes the moving zones though. Victor V and Queasy are at the front side of this one. Curve and Higgs watching it all come crashing down towards them. This is where they're picking up big eliminations. In the first moving, they had no elims. Now they're at 3, potentially counting.
Man, while they're just kind of smoothly sitting, getting elims, ruining games, Cold actually took down Poyo as Queasy and Victor V continue to climb up that ladder. Game after game, you know they're going to go up there, try to make a play for that high ground. You're seeing them kind of put a lot of pressure on towards that second height, so that way that team can no longer feel comfortable. But Higgs and Curve already rotated on out as Queasy, that second height, targeting yet again. Noxy dash. There's so many players that could potentially try to fly their way up towards that high ground, so they got to keep their eyes peeled.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see this Storm Surge damage journey of Victor V and Queasy, but whatever they changed from game 1 is slowly and surely working more and more in their favor. Meanwhile, Ritual and Cold already at 4 eliminations here. This sleeper team, not nothing too flashy just yet, but Cole normally has a highlight or two before the tournament's over. Meanwhile, Peterbot by himself here, clutching up, finding his way through a couple of points here. Not sure how early he lost his teammate, but he's going to be set down in 18th.
Yep, Storm Surge again being the problem for Peterbot and Pollo. Through 3 games, we need to see them kind of switch things up. But for Veno and Agers, honestly, it's just making it off of spawn is the only thing they need to do. This is honestly giving me feelings of Veno's domination in his major 1 win. If he can keep that up, we might be staring down a back-to-back opportunity. But Higgs has gone down. We said they have room for mistakes, but Curve, if he clutches up, will continue to hold on to the cushion they've built.
I mean, this is kind of crazy. They're already in the 200-point range, Higgs and Curve, and they're still earning points. Mind you, keep in mind, they are barely earning anything, but this is going to continue to give them that huge gap. But Victor V and Queasy have such control over the lobby. Cold, Ritual have managed to stay their way into the storm a little too long. You can see they're very hurt. Meanwhile, F9 and Moneymaker, I keep talking about that quiet play style. They're a sleeper team. Here goes, though. Muzz, Rise fighting for the high ground here. Jacob, the side shot onto Queasy was a miss, but Rise manages to maintain control here.
Yeah, this is another team that's a huge threat, kind of coming together at the last possible moment, even during the play-ins, having a bad day 1, but since then they have not looked back. They're trying to control the high ground. Victor V and Queasy, they're the ones forced to give it up, but Queasy is going to get dropped. Victor V scrambling around, trying to survive. No shield left, but he repositions with a shockwave. More than enough chug, but there's 0 time to actually use it, and 0 builds to stay alive. Victor V and Curve, for that matter, will both be eliminated.
Such a quick turn of events there, and I still see Josh working his way through the mid-ground. Seems like he might be solo, but Cold and Ritual are the team finding momentum as their train is off on the tracks here to the races, doing very, very well for themselves. 7 eliminations now. Duo next door. They jump back into their box, and it's actually Josh who's kind of lurking about here. But here it goes into Acorn's box. They find Acorn, try to finish bolts, but it's not going to be enough. It's all up to Ritual now.
Yeah, he scrambles around, making sure to complete the elimination onto Acorn for the Siphon. Josh going on the chase, getting the Siphon just in time to stay alive. Noxy doing the same thing. Everybody just laying it all on the line. No stone left unturned. And even have Noxy and Josh trying to make a heroic effort, return back. Muzz spots him out for a second, but does not have ammo. He literally ran out at the last second, unable to get the elimination, but it's a moot point because Noxy still takes down Josh. 2v1 situation here for a win.
This is tough. Muzz doesn't have any ammo to work with. It's all up to Rise to put that high ground pressure down. And they're going to be forced into a shotgun battle. But Ozone and Golden, a team that have already qualified for the LAN event, they have nothing to lose. They're firing up. They're in the end game. Noxy's taking a fight with Muzz here. Muzz needs to secure this elimination, but Golden and Ozone are patient. They're waiting. Rise falls to the storm. Muzz finds one, goes up for the Siphon request, but no. Ozone and Golden slip away here. Ozone fighting for the storm. Muzz versus Ozone in a 1v1. Muzz is one of the sharpest when it comes down to it, but he has to hit the shot here and now. Can he get it, Jacob? It's looking close, and of course, he can secure the win. And just like that, he gets it with 8.
It definitely would have been a little bit easier. He really ran out of medium ammo at the last possible second. Rise as well. But I hear a noise in the distance. Is that Zeke?
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know if... What was that? That was a crazy sound. That wasn't me. There was no way that me, Muzz's #1 fan, that wasn't me. Anyway, Muzz and Rise, big victory out here in game number 3. Kelly, you know, when you're on such critically low ammo, that's a tough spot to be in, and yet in those final moments, this is just all experience. Muzz is like, dude, let's go. I'm about to win this game.
To see that you are in potential shambles as far as your loadout goes, but to still identify that height is vulnerable and that you guys have just enough to be able to steal it away, that is what Muzz and Rise do best. Find that opportunity, the little hitch in the armor of their opponents, and taking full advantage of it. But of course, it wasn't just the height steal. Rise and Muzz controlled that high ground quite well for the last few moments and then made sure to not get overwhelmed, even having a player launch up onto them when it was potentially down to a 2v2. Again, they handled that well, but it coming down to Muzz in that final moment of a 1v1. And for me, I do appreciate the fact that Muzz prioritized the Siphon in the final moment, or it was like the second to last elimination, so he was able to get topped off on that heal in that final fight against Ozone.
Yeah, Muzz and Rise, pulling a Zeke right there myself, just did such a good job of taking the high ground at the exact moment that they needed to. Kelly kind of talked about it, whether or not they knew that Victor V himself, I think Victor was kind of like dropping down the moment that they kind of went up for the high ground. So it was just so well timed that it was just Squeezy up there who was not going to go ahead and opt to actually defend it. So they effectively kind of got it for free. And then it was just a clutch from Muzz. I mean, he played this so well. You can see he's just kind of constantly resetting the edits to go ahead and try to bait out that shot, trying to make sure that he takes no damage in the process of cleaning that one up. And sure enough, he didn't take any damage and cleaned it up well. So shout out to Muzz and Rise, man. Listen, second place in game number 1. Game number 2 didn't go so well for them. They win in game number 3. They're going to soar back up the leaderboard.
I can't wait for you guys to see where they currently are. First, a break. When we return, we'll take a look at these leaderboards. We'll see you in a second. Sorry about that, dude. What is that? Sounds so crazy. Muzz and Rise, big moment for them. Victory Royale in game number 3. I'm not biased at all. Congratulations to them. Obviously now at the halfway point, 3 games left to go. We wanted to take a moment here to check out the players in Focus, powered by Milk. You guys gonna check these stats out real fast. Yeah, Curve's going crazy right now, Kelly.
Yeah, 14 eliminations right now. Most damage dealt and also most AR damage dealt is going to go to the way of Curve. But actually, to see some other names on here, Vivid, is a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, without a doubt. I actually quickly took a look at that solo clutch point. I was like, wait a minute. UK has 60 solo clutch points, but I feel like we haven't seen him in the top 10. Sure enough, went ahead and took a look at the leaderboard. QK and Marops, they're in 22nd place. They have a total of 60 points right now. So QK has actually entirely solo clutched their way to where they are currently at on the leaderboard. So they got to figure some things out as a duo there. But obviously, listen, Curve has the spotlight on him right now, without a doubt.
Yeah, he's currently in first place, paired up with Higgs. Look, Kelly, I joked about this being an exciting duo. And man, they have just come out swinging. Obviously, Curve has been in this situation before, leading the pack alongside Veno. And now you just have Higgs, who is also just shining right now. Like, can anyone stop this duo, Kelly?
Oh gosh, do we want to right now? Just seeing how they're able to get some crazy damage. And honestly, yes, we know that Curve, he has the 3 eliminations here, is doing so much damage. But Vivid, we were watching that game where Higgs was also just beaming players rotating in front of him. To see both of them being able to bring out such big numbers is definitely going to be devastating to the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are just doing so good at making it to the end game consistently right now. And, listen, once you have one of those big pop-off games like they did in that first place with 12 eliminations, it's all about just staying consistent. And so far, they have done that. Zeke kind of threw out a spoiler there before we took a look at the leaderboard. He did mention that they're still in first place, and that they are with still a little bit of a lead. So they got to be feeling pretty good.
Oh, but look at the jumps of 9. I don't. That wasn't me. I don't know who that was. That wasn't me before. But up 9 places, Muzz and Rise now currently in second place. But look at this, guys. Ritual and Cold as well. They have not moved from their current placements. This top 10 just looks so crazy to me. But from this last game, Ritual and Cold, yet another game. Every single game they've played, it's a 6th, a 5th, and a 6th. This is crazy. And Kelly, even in this last game, 8 eliminations. Those points from eliminations are crucial. And I feel like these guys are now currently alive and firing on all cylinders.
This is what they do so well every single time that we watch them, whether that was in Heats or the Div Cup, where they aren't able to get a victory royale. In fact, for both of those tournaments, their best placements was 3rd. But regardless of if they're getting 3rd or 10th or whatever, they're able to get all these eliminations. And we know just how much more important eliminations are with the changes to the major, it being 4 points in day number 1. These elims are so pivotal. Yes, making it to the end game, getting these solo clutches as well is so big, but the fact that they are able to get a handful of eliminations every single time is why we consistently see them at the top of our leaderboard every single tournament.
Actually, I went ahead and critiqued them kind of going into that game there because they only had 4 eliminations. I kind of called for them to pick up some more eliminations, and with them finding 8 right there, they effectively tripled the amount that they had going into that one. So yeah, big boon for them there. But I feel like if we're going to be talking about the column and the category and the stat of eliminations, we have to talk about Agers and Veno. They're actually currently tied for the team that's leading the pack with eliminations. They're tied with Higgs and Kerm, who have 19. But for Agers and Veno to be in the top 10 right now, just basically on the back foot of those 19 eliminations, just feels crazy. I mean, guys, these 2 players are triple contested at Lotte Landon, and somehow, some way, they are just making it work. Like, these guys look so good. If they can kind of continue to figure things out and keep playing as they are, they might potentially qualify to globals or place even higher up the leaderboard than they currently are out of this crazy all-spawn situation that they have.
Yeah, seeing where they are in the leaderboard and considering how game number 2 looked for them, where they grabbed 4 eliminations right off the start and then having a second third party come in to finally take them down, I thought that there was just no way they were going to be able to either stick in that situation or be able to kind of hold themselves up in the leaderboard. But sure enough, we see them do this crazy rotate all the way over into Sunken Shores at the start of game number 3, going up against threats and visuals and it coming out their way. And I was so certain for, like I was telling Vivid, I was like, there's just no way they can recover from this. They spent way too much time in Storm and fighting, and Vivid was like, nah, just wait. And sure enough, they proved themselves again.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we got to figure out this off spawn situation. Is it time to move? Is it time? I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it's working for now. But we definitely need more placement points. With that being said, though, game number 4 is ready for us. For now, casters, over to you.
Yeah, I'm just thinking to pick up on that thought. Maybe it's a day 2 situation for other teams, right? Veno and Agers are clearly showing us, Jacob, this drop is theirs right now.
Yeah, they've already kind of got 20 and Chip out of their hair, but that was just in that last game. Things can return back to normal, but Veno and Agers, kind of the team when it comes to the north side of the map that you really have to watch out for. And I feel like we're going to be watching it in this game as well. The battle bus is ready, so let's jump right into game 4.
Well, here we have it. We're getting into the championship rounds here. The back half of day 1 is officially at play now. And I mean, Jacob, talk about an explosive grand final so far, right? You know, it's always coming into it. You're never really knowing what you're going to expect, but NA just doesn't let us down. We have quite the tournament here, and our standings are looking so crazy. I'd be excited to crown someone new for an FNCS champion this time around.
Hey, this could be the year for first. I know last major I was talking about could be the year for the underdogs, but I still think anything can still happen. A 60-point lead has been dropped to 40, still a lead, but it goes to show that you can cut it down. Latte landing, though, still having multiple teams over in this direction. The 2 directly there, and then you still got 20 and Chip around the outskirts.
Yeah, just to touch on that lead a little bit, you know what's crazy? Like, a bad game for them was 8th place, and that closed the gap tremendously. Just shows you that anyone inside the top 10 popping monster dubs are going to throw you way up. But Veno, Agers here, still fighting for their life right now against Chance and Matt, who are actually putting up a really good fight here. But Agers doesn't have any shield, Veno doesn't either, so everyone calls to back off. I wouldn't be surprised if everyone just disengages at this point, right? You don't have to finish these fights by any means, especially when Madden and Chance haven't been quite winning them.
It's just a tough situation because, like, how do you get out if you're unscathed? You had Void, Magma, Aoxy, Jojo. On your left side, Mountain, 20 and Chip, leaving the actual POI, but still on the outskirts, holding down one side. Reed and Cooper lurking around, and obviously 2 teams directly in Latte. We'll see how that one ends up when this one's over. As Ishu goes down, they're finally trading this one off. Dozier and Ishu were able to get the first elimination last game, but Kyan and Skittles make up for it this game.
Wild. Very rarely you tune in with 2 teams that have kind of won the drop on either side, but both teams have really pushed and gone the distance. They have 90 points, but so did Ishu and Dozier before falling there pretty much, so they are neck and neck right now for the tournament. In any case, it's a major setback for them. Cold and Ritual, just sleeper duo right now as far as the performance here. Keeping a low profile, springing out when it matters most in endgame, doing what they do overall, extremely consistently here. They have a 6th, 5th, and a 6th place. They are all but due for a win at this point.
And Cold even having the 2nd most damage in the lobby as of now, and this is just a surprising turn of events, because typically, you know, even though Battlewood is contested, if even Veer on one side, Ritual and Cold on the other, it usually ends up in a split. It's a big POI, a lot of buildings, a lot of nooks and crannies to kind of hide behind, so it is risky. So it's also interesting to see it play out the way it is as of now. Not sure who started the fight. It doesn't look like either one is having a good time here. Materials just kind of being burned through. It almost makes you wonder. I do believe they might be underneath the bridge as well, where there's one way in and one way out on each one of their sides.
Yeah, the difference about this drop at least is that it's dead center, so they will have time to bounce back and get situated.
See what they're fighting for. They're saving the dog, getting the Baba Yaga Mythic, which we know in the hands of either Cold or Ritual could definitely provide a ton of damage. Just clicks and rapid. This is the same thing that we saw last time from the Cube, from Sanctuary. They use it to lift off and to jump on QK and Mirops. They're able to end this fight rather quickly in that last game. This time it's taking a little bit more time.
Yeah, it looks like Mirops was a little more prepared here alongside QK. I'm surprised they even went for this back-to-back as opposed to trying something a little bit more dynamic, right? Saving this one for a little surprise play later on in the tournament, but because they've kind of shown their hand, it's definitely making a difference. Looking at the feed though, F9, the most lurkiest of lurks. Looks like Cold and Ritual fall to the hands of F9 and Moneymaker. They just tend to set it up well, and I wouldn't be surprised if they did it again.
Which is crazy because Moneymaker and Fortnite, in terms of the drop map, they had that whole south side kind of uncontested. Maybe that's where Seek and Taki did eventually end up, which is why we're seeing Moneymaker and Fortnite. Last game, center map, they snuck onto Oliver OG and Carillion. This time, the Battlewoods taking down Ritual and Cold. Yeah, it seems like they're taking the old teeny strat from the years past and incorporating it into their game plan here.
What's crazy about that, though, is that it becomes a major disruption for people that are inside the top 10. Look at this. Cole just gets completely ambushed here, taken down. Ritual tries to sneak his way in, but it's just too late. This is an actual solid duo right now. And that just pushes them even closer to the top of the standings, effectively jumping them into roughly 6th or 5th place. They are very much in the race here. Meanwhile, we get that update with Victor V and Queasy playing the Surge Tower here at the drop, actually pulling zone right now. And we actually don't see anyone nearby. So we could see the early ramblings of something like Game 1, right? Where they didn't get that much damage.
Yeah, this is almost like a blessing and a curse, as you're kind of alluding to. You're not taking damage, which means you're not falling below the damage threshold, but you're not progressing your position either. As Poyo, Peterbot lurk around, they found Webster out by himself, going on the chase for Encrypted. And again, this could be a part of a bigger picture for Peterbot and Poyo. For a couple of these games, honestly, more times than not, we see them struggling to actually deal with their overall Storm Surge. Not something you necessarily see every day for a team like this, but it just goes to show as each game progresses, they're doing what they can to fix their mistakes. As you tune in, Veno trying to make a lurk onto Jojo Fishy, but Eoxy has a lurk onto him.
Oh my gosh, the lurker is about to get lurked on. Veno's thinking to himself, oh, Eoxy has no idea I'm here. But his teammate's watching him. Jojo just knows. This is crazy. Well, luckily, the teammate actually fires off. Aegis kind of initiates, because had they not, it would have just been trouble for Veno here. I'm more surprised they don't just 2v1 jump him at this point, realizing that Aegis was far back, but Veno can count his lucky stars here.
Oh.
Big tax.
Yeah, so gotta wonder what their Surge is gonna be like as the game progresses. It's a huge question mark. Surge is like currency, allows you to freely rotate around the map, stick to your game plan, because once you reach a certain level below that damage threshold, you almost have no choice on what to do. You have to fight the first team you see more times than not. But as you jump into King and Craze, they already at least got one elimination here. Seeing them just trying to reset. Clicks and Rapid on the other hand, just continuing that fight that we saw early on against Maraps and QK.
Well, this is really interesting. This game has the most amount of teams alive as we get into the third zone, so there is going to be some surge issues coming up. Meanwhile, King and Craze, very excellent ambush onto Liam here, find him completely off guard. Craze looks to cut off Jace, but he slips away. Just like that, another set of eliminations, and further up they go. Now putting themselves in a conversation of the top 10 for King and Craze. All they were missing was not dudding out game number 2, where they were alive for 15 minutes and fell before the placement point. So really deep into the round and likely having issues with damage.
At least for now, Jace is going to be able to get out alive. Jump aboard King. Seeing how he was able to pick up that first elim, it was onto Zen. So you have to know that's paper on the other side of that wall. He doesn't get a chance to actually break in the box. He's just simply, I hope, trying to stay alive to get Zen back in the game. We're still relatively early, the third zone. So a lot of the teams on the outskirts being pushed closer and closer together, which is why you see Acorn and Bolts kind of positioned not too far away from the Battlewoods, north of their actual POI on those mountain ranges. They have a little bit of distance here, so they can cover as much ground as possible.
Got Acorn and Bolts playing the mountain once again. It's looking pretty good. You got Muzz kind of there, lurking far off in the distance. But the dust is starting to settle here. Meanwhile, Cooper and Reed fighting, squaring off against Aegis and Veno. They've moved their way up towards the Wonky Land, playing the outer coast, looking for a battle, considering that the zone's playing up this way. And that just means they were caught, right? They were likely caught trying to lurk here, trying to see what they can find over at the Wonky. I don't imagine that they wanted to take a clean 2v2 battle.
gotta imagine they're after two things being this deep in the zone right now. They're after the mending machine for the heals, and after damage for Surge. You saw two different instances for Veno, around 100 damage each of those instances as he was lurking around, kind of getting scraped off, not necessarily taking the same off-spawn battle as they have in games prior. So that's got to be a real struggle for them. And in the back of their minds as well, Veno, probably one of the smartest players in the game that we have right now, probably calculating down to the exact number of what they need to come back from. And that's why I think they're just kind of floating around here, grabbing scraps. They know their actual latte probably looted down to nothing, so they need something.
Now we get to jump in with Higgs and Curve. Saw the stat numbers showing Curve's capabilities so far. Very much a dangerous player here when it comes down to it. Really representing right now the new leader of the controller scene. Was definitely slept on up until he gets that win, and I think now he's just continuing to prove himself that it wasn't by luck, it wasn't by chance. It surely was through the hands of his own skill. What do we have here though? Mirops and QK, they just can't catch a break. Another duo sitting on them now.
Yeah, probably having to run through all the material, gold, resources, surviving the clicks and rapid push. And now they run into Curly and Tyler here on the other side, and they're 300 or so below for QK and Mirops. Tyler and Curly, they're actually pretty well off. They just don't need this fight. 400 below for Mirops and QK. They essentially need both of these eliminations without taking much, if not any damage at all.
See the shockwave play here from Mirops. He's going in for it. Veno's fight is a Surge battle, by the way. 80 below. This is really tough. Actually, yeah, look, he's even used all of his material as well. Jacob, things are starting to turn for the worst here.
And usually, you know, you can have a couple of mistakes, you can have a couple bad games, but even with those 4 eliminations, we saw them kind of get wiped off of spawn relatively soon, and you can kind of see the two sides of this coin. QK and Mirops, 400 damage below, and you can see them disengaging here. I think one of them may need to play hero here and try to go for some damage, but 500, they fall even further. On the other side, Veno and Agers barely on that line. 80 below the damage threshold for the most part. They're not getting desperate, just trying to push into boxes and put themselves into a bad spot. They're just consistently trying to put down pressure against 20 and Chimp.
Yeah, I like this little side angle here, kind of breaking his way out of the building, but now he's getting shot from other teams in the distance. So this is definitely a bit of a scrappy fight, and unless they can get a big tag here and now to buy him some time, it's only going to get harder from here. Nice little knock onto 20. They have to quickly get the siphon. There it is. And oh my gosh, plenty of heals come spilling out as well. So just like that, their tournament goes from what was almost bad to now not so shabby.
Yeah, just put them in a spot here where they're not in the best position. I know you said not too shabby, and I got to agree with that. But it's just they know their fighting is not over just yet. They got enough to keep them in the game, but now they need another elimination to put them into prime form. Clicks and Rapid, on the other hand, you see them 900 above the damage threshold, still finding elimination onto X-Pawn. Oliver OG, I feel like he's overstaying his welcome here against Clicks and Rapid, especially with how little HP he actually has.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what can you do? So they get full on fired away on. Meanwhile, Rise and Muzz, we get to get a nice little update with them. A couple hundred above the damage threshold. They've managed to really maintain a low-key presence here. You can see, just judging by how much heals and material count they have had a nice ride through to the mid-game here so far. Meanwhile, Boyo seems like they're still getting active themselves with a nice little elimination starting to fall through. But this game is heating up now for Veno, for Agers. We already knew that they had just a couple of hundred builds to work with. Not much has changed since then. However, a fight here and now. Aiden doesn't close the wall, and Veno punishes him with a monster shot now. There goes the finish. There goes the refresh he was looking for. And just like that, Jacob, you might have talked it into existence. They are back.
Yeah, I'm just glad to know I'm not a curse. Usually there's that caster curse going around, and I'm glad for today. For this moment, it's not me. Hopefully, Venom and Agers complete the game, and it could be true, but there it is, just one foot in front of the other. It's not all about these massive victories, taking on first place, winning games. Sometimes enough of those small battles being won could put you in a big position. Venom and Agers fought their way from below the damage threshold. Now Queasy and Victor V need to do the same thing. 143 points. You can kind of see them there on the leaderboard, perfectly timed, top 5 positions so far. They're one of the teams to qualify for globals if this were to end now.
Really tough spot to be in, and then you have Higgs and Curve on your heels here. This can go either which way. Higgs, Curve, they don't have much pressure the way Victor and Queasy do. They also don't have the mats, but it's Victor V who's putting the tags in from behind. Meanwhile, he lands right next to, of course, his opponent there. But Queasy, look at this, pulled the zone. They go straight for high ground, and now they're positioned up. Still eyeing the team below them, but they still have, of course, the danger of Higgs and Curves rotate here. Material count, check. Heals, decent. Victor does have a chug splash, but Victor is the only one holding it right now. Queasy will likely need to use it here.
Yeah, even though they're positioned high up right now, it's very, very important for them to get an elimination sooner rather than later. So that way, if it does max pull, they have the shockwaves, they have the builds, they can continue to try and hold it. Otherwise, that'll be the moment they have to give it up. You see Aviv and Veer in the distance, barely surviving. Higgs and Curve here, but also Noxy and Dash. 152 points, over 200 above the damage threshold. That's not necessarily the worry for this team. It's only the zone, a max pull for them and everybody else on this edge.
Coming into this game, Noxy and Dash were in 4th place after getting a 2nd and 3rd back-to-back, and it just shows you can make a mistake in one round and still be in the race right now. That's how close the competition has been so far. But right now, the biggest targets are on the backs of Higgs and Curve, who, of course, have a 40-point cushion here. They're the only team that hasn't made a mistake in today's tournament so far. Take a look at the bigger picture, though. Peterbot, Boyo pulled a zone. They're the first to solidify their way to the high ground. But I'm hearing that surge kind of warn the lobby here and now. So I'm curious who is below. 10 players, Jacob, still have to fall here before things kind of simmer down.
Yeah, for Peterbot and Pollo, damage is the last thing in their mind. They're just trying to whittle everybody down into scraps. Higgs is down. Curve's still alive. We seen him last game with a solo clutch performance to keep them with that 40-point lead and placement points monster. We're only in top 24. They had barely started to set in. So everybody in the lobby, if anybody at home wants an entertaining tournament, you gotta hope Curve goes down here. But I know mom and pops are probably screaming right loud in the house, Curve, you can do it. You can do it again, just like you did last game.
Yeah, listen, dude, Curve is definitely showing up and showing out right now for the entire community, making all the controller players proud. Meanwhile, Agers, Veno at 5 eliminations, coming and fighting their way out of what was almost an early grave. They were getting deep into the, of course, negative territory, but back, they have fought their way. Meanwhile, Shadow Virgo trying to fight for high ground. That's a desperate play, showing us that they need a long way to fight their way into, of course, a winning position. Meanwhile, Victor and Queasy go from nothing to a fresh elimination. That's a nice way to earn some points here.
Yeah, desperately needed as well, because you saw them looking at high ground. They just had nothing to hold on to it. That could be the key for their success and longevity in this game. Curve still surviving. Veno and Agers just going through every single emotion throughout the course of this game. Happiness, sadness. They just need to go ahead and top it off with a victory royale, put the cherry on top, but they're just waiting for the zone to catch up, getting the most out of the shockwave effect. They don't want to blast themselves from point A to point B. They just simply want the effect to try to run down anybody in their path. That one isn't going to find any success, but it just goes to show what Veno and Agers have in their mind.
Little do they know that other player only had 10 HP. It could have gone either way, but at the end, they still have to fight their way through. Peterbot, Boyo still have ultimate high ground over the lobby. What's the material count looking like? Because we know that they're firing away with those pistols here. Just a couple to work with. Definitely plenty to go ahead and go the distance. They're so high up, though, that no one can shockwave towards them, right? That's, I believe, what matters. But they recognize it's costing them a little bit too much. They have to go down. Clicks, rapid. 4 eliminations now. Finding one on the rotate here. This is going to set them up for a top 15 now.
Yeah, just need to continue to stay consistent. 130 points. Like you said, 4 eliminations, but the bare minimum when it comes to the actual heals, they cannot overstay their welcome in the zone, but Peterbot and Poyo have not looked back yet. Aegis and Veno are hunting. You gotta wonder what's the Chug Jug situation like, but there's no actual shockwave. There's no chance for them to go for high ground, or at least not point in time. Clicks gets another elimination onto Craze, getting that extra little bit of materials for Rapid to keep themselves looking strong.
Look at this. Veno already eyed up high. He saw that they were building on singular cones there, and now they're going to heal up and likely target high ground. Peterbot and Poyo have something coming for them. Meanwhile, Clicks solo clutching here by himself, already earning his way to the top 10. Veno and Agers now fully healthy, looking for a refresh if the potential is there, but the builds are open. It was Clicks who puts a monster shot in, giving them a little something to think about.
Yeah, but they're still chasing him down. 180 onto Cynics. Perfectly timed, but it's not the perfect scenario, or at least not for him. As Moneymaker for Niam drop him into the palm of their hands, and they grab that elimination. I'm looking at the mini-map right now. Poyo has Shockwave outside of the zone. Peterbot is on high ground by himself. He's trying to make his way back, but what damage has it done for him? Moneymaker has fallen for Niam. Now stuck with his back up against the wall. No builds by himself.
But he took down Peterbot. That's one of the equation already out. Bolts is going to fall. Agers is going to fall as well. I think we're looking at all solos remaining here, Jacob. This is a tough spot to be in. Everyone's in shambles, but it's all going to come down to who targets who. Boyo looking to low ground, gets targeted from someone up top. It's Kai Ixon out of nowhere with his teammate. He actually has Skittles. They're the only duo standing.
Yep, 2v1v1 situation. More than enough. Chug Jug to get Skittles up to perfect shield and HP, but Fernand's fighting his way on up into Skittles, able to get the down. Rise is going to fall, but at least brings it down to a 1v1. It was a long shot, but Fernand had a chance. Kyan and Skittles are going to end that game off with a victory royale by taking down top team after top team.
And they got 10 eliminations along the way, too. So talk about a big game to put them inside a potential top 5 there, Zeke.
Oh, man. That was a brutal zone and a chaotic game. And for Skittles and Cayenne, they decide, look, you know, we just got to do everything we can. Just stay alive. We stay together. Everything will be okay. And then it comes down to solos, Kelly. And at that point, your duo is looking poised to walk away with a victory royale 10 elimination game, and in game number 4. Obviously, we maybe wish that had happened a little sooner, right? But still, to happen at all, this is big, right? This is momentum.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch these highlights of Skittles and Cayenne because there was just so much going on with so many big names that we really weren't able to watch too much of what was going on. But when you have a lot of our leaderboard, top 10 leaderboard kind of going down to solos and everything, and especially with Agers and Veno doing so well, and then Peterbot and Poyo holding high, obviously you can only have so many cameras and so many observers. But regardless, Skittles and Cayenne finally proving themselves against the lobby right now. And to see them, yeah, Zone 11 is when they had height, but to see how they got here would have been great.
What a giant emphasis on how early this game actually ended. I don't even think we made it into the 12th zone here. So this one ended very, very quickly, which is why we didn't see a lot of that action, right? Even we kind of missed it. Peterbot and Player were kind of sitting up on the high ground. It looked like they were going to be steadfast for the win here, or at least be able to be competitive in that regard. But blink and you might have missed it. Skittles and Cayenne just kind of end up on the higher ground. And yeah, sure enough, we kind of end game number 4 pretty early. And that is going to be sending Skittles up the leaderboard without a doubt, because 10 eliminations and a win there, 100+ point win. So excited to kind of see where that lands him on the leaderboard.
Yeah, they started in 16th place going into that game with only 84 points. So we'll have to see how things go for them after that. But for now, a break. When we return, 2 games left to go before we wrap up day 1 of the Major 2 final. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a moment. Welcome back, Fortnite fam, to the FNCS. This is day number 1 of Major number 2. The last game number 4 went over to Skittles and Cayenne with a massive 10 elimination victory royale. Now, it did say they did end in, they went into the game rather, in 16th place. And this is just to reiterate how a single game can suddenly shift the entire leaderboard. As we get ready to take a look, after just that one game, remember, 10 elim, victory royale, we went from 84 points all the way up, and now we're suddenly 6th place, 189 for Skittles and Cayenne. Now, this is, again, just want to emphasize, this is off a single game. So, with that context, why don't we continue talking about all the duels we're seeing? Peterbot and Poyo. Guys, we've done it. We've done it. They're in the top 10. We finally had a game. We're also placed in the top 10, you know, after a few, not what I would say standout games, only 2 games out of the 4 where we've had a top 5, Kelly. So, you know, Peterbot, Poyo, I feel like this happens a lot, right, Kelly? Like, they're kind of, you know, it kind of feels a little all over the place. And then suddenly, after a single game, they shift gears and then they kind of...
They have historically been a day 2 team. They like to build the tension, the suspense for day 1, let people think that they've fallen off. And, you know, obviously with the Summit LAN, they didn't have 2 days, so they split it into half and half instead. But for whatever reason, this duo prefers to kind of take it a little, I don't want to say take it easy in day number 1, but they kind of pull back a little bit. And it's really not until day 2 that we see this ultra aggression or these kind of new strategies coming out. So the fact that they're in top 10 right now and we still have 2 more games to go today, let alone tomorrow, I am not concerned whatsoever. But Vivid, what I am concerned about, out of our top 7, so 14 players, 4 of them are from EU.
Side age is the main. Take a look at that eliminations column. They have not only entered the 20 elimination threshold, they're almost on 30. They've got 28 total eliminations, and I feel like it is now very, very clear what these guys and their objective is going to be for the rest of this FNCS, and it's just going to be continuously fight. And they're kind of forced to because of this whole all spawn situation. Whenever they leave, they're just kind of shambles. They can't really ever get a solid foothold under them. So basically what they do is they just go ahead, they W key a team. They want to fight a team to hopefully kind of get something rolling. But when you fight a team, you're kind of delayed on your rotation, and then you have to use so many maps to make that rotation. So then you're kind of forced to fight again and again and again. But they are fighting time and time again, and it is actually working for these guys. I mean, being triple contested at a POI, making it off spawn, and being in 4th place right now is a feat that is very, very hard to describe.
And they're making it look so easy, right? I don't know, man. If we want to keep this like going, I feel like eventually they're just going to overtake, right? Because their plan, it's been the same, and they've pulled it off every single game now. 2 games left to go, but Kelly, you know, I was looking at the old leaderboard here, and I was like, oh yeah, 10th Peterbot, Poyo, and I was working my way up the leaderboard, right? And I saw, what is it? Xset Muzz. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, and Rise is up there, and 2. 1st place, yeah, totally unbiased, not a Muzz's #1 fan over here. Crazy stuff. When I look at their, you know, their stats, we've only had kind of one quote-unquote bad game, right? A 30th place with no elims, right? Everything else, 2nd place, 6 eliminations. 1st place, the VR with 8. And then a 3rd place with 2 eliminations. If we remove that bad game, Kelly, just that one bad game, these stats are pretty insane.
I love, Vivid, how I can tell who Zeke is going to talk about just by his cadence and his tone of voice. But yeah, when you're talking about Muzz and Rise, obviously we all get excited. It's Muzz and Rise, obviously them being in 1st place. I don't know if that was on anyone's bingo boards, but I am so excited to see it and for them to be consistently in the top of our leaderboard. And it is through their own consistency. They're not necessarily going for these early aggressions like Veno and Agers. They're not necessarily going for these crazy hype plays like Clicks or Peterbot and Poyo. No, they're just playing standard Fortnite. And when it comes down to these grand finals, more and more times that we see in our top 10, it is, yes, some pop-off games, but also just people playing standard Fortnite. And I think that is what Muzz and Rise do best.
Yeah, I mean, listen, our top 5 right now separated by only 35 points. And a team that's kind of snuck into that top 5. Not only the top 5, but the top 3. I feel like a duo that has kind of been a little bit quiet, not only in this grand finals, but just across this entire season. Moneymaker and F9, kind of this duo. You know, usually when we talk about the moves that kind of happen, it's usually a single player, right? Like Queasy came over and then found an NA duo mate, and then Veno came over and found an NA duo mate. But Moneymaker and F9 as a duo themselves move over from EU and try to take over the NA region. And I maybe am not going to be saying try at the end of this FNCS because sitting in third place right now is super, super interesting. I believe they were actually supposed to be contested kind of coming into the weekend, but I think they've been uncontested over these first 4 games. So hopefully they can keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, I think they were initially going to be contested by Seek and Taki, but by how these games have been going, it doesn't seem like they're dealing with any situations off spawn. And if they are handling it quite quickly. So listen, I love all of our players. I love all of our teams to show up, but come on, NA, come on.
Yeah.
I just feel like I can envision Levin in my head. You know, he's just rubbing his hands together.
Oh, he's so happy.
All right, man. I'm gonna. All right. Well, you know what? Look, it's fine. We have 2 more games left to go. We'll see how things go. But for now, we jump back into the action. Casters, over to you.
Thank you, Zeke. Yeah, look, Jacob, I was looking at the points too. I gotta say, round of a golf clap for Agers and Veno. 4th place, man. Triple Con, all the upsets that have happened so far. It's just impressive.
Yeah, honestly, coming into this weekend, seeing that triple cause, he has to have a trick underneath his sleeve. There is no way Veno willingly puts himself in a triple contested fight. Well, guess what? The only trick he had underneath his sleeve is just complete and utter domination over the POI, over the surrounding lands. This is almost giving me deja vu of his day 2 run on way to winning Major 1.
Yeah, definitely. Well, what's carrying everyone here, at least on the standings, is who is getting those eliminations. Clearly, that is the difference maker here and now, but Muzz and Rise have a completely different story on hand. That win really separates them, but this competition, Jacob, is getting closer and closer now. We only have a couple more games in front of us, so let's go ahead and do it one more time.
Again, huge props to Muzz and Rise. A team that formed kind of last second, didn't have a good day 1 for play-ins, but somehow making it work. I had questions about F9 and Moneymaker. It almost seems like they're landing everywhere on the map to take advantage of whoever's at the top side of the leaderboard, taking a page out of Veno and Queasy, Peter Button Poyo's playbook, and really putting it to use before it's too late.
Yeah, you did a good job calling out Moneymaker and F9. Guys, if y'all didn't know, Jacob's like, by the way, I think they have something up their sleeve. We got to see what they're up to in the early game. And they do it once again. They have already successfully lurked. I believe it was Ritual and Cold last game. And now look at this. They're eyeing up Skittles here. Nice little knock onto Cayenne. This is not looking good. Every single time they've gotten the knock, they've managed to finish these fights up really quickly.
And I gotta give a huge thank you to Moneymaker and F9. I had one wish coming into today. One wish, and it was just to make sure that Game 12 mattered in terms of the actual championship. Moneymaker and F9 are doing their darndest to make sure that they have a chance going into Game 12, or maybe even a lead here. And these are all from them being uncontested at the south side of the map, hunting team after team. And right now, Ishu and Dozier meet the same fate. There is no way, Monster, that in back-to-back majors, we have somebody from EU coming over and taking down NA.
I gotta say, I have a huge, huge problem with this, guys. F9 and Moneymaker are showing up and doing things we haven't seen done on the NAC region in quite some time. This level of dynamic play and execution is one to be studied. So far, so good for them. Their early game, chef's kiss.
Now we get to check out another one of our entertaining early games, the Latte Landing. Again, only 2 teams actually in the POI, and I don't see as much kind of surrounding focus. I don't see Magma and Void. I don't see 20 and Chimp. So it does seem like, you know, instead of waiting till day 2 to switch things up, they're switching it up here in the second half of day 1. Yuz and Sharkman consistently contested here towards the backside of the actual map. A little bit of a split drop, but it just goes to show 104 points still. They really haven't been able to stay on track after their first 2 big games.
Yeah, those first games started off so strong, and the last 2, I mean, being one of the first to fall there in the lobby is definitely a tough one to deal with. In the end, though, they just have to find their footing and see if they can get their car back at the tracks here. Remain in the race. Looking at things on the other side, though, our current point game leaders. You have, of course, Rise and Muzz here. Last game, they pulled a third place with second, or 2 eliminations there. Very well played for them right after the victory royale before that. So just all in all, pretty consistent so far here. And that's with dropping game number 2, actually. You see that. They got a 30th place. So it's not like they're playing perfect. They're just playing better than everyone else.
You've seen things heat up at different points of the map. Shadow and Virgo probably not where they want to be on the overall leaderboard, leaving Heatwave Harbor early to try to get some damage and eliminations here. Again, Storm Surge has been ailing them as Virgo gets that elimination. He does take some damage, but not as much as you would think. They do wipe off Causers and DK out of this game. And now to keep the show rolling, you can see them return back to Heatwave Harbor where they do have that legendary POI.
Yeah, this is really interesting of a performance so far from Shadow and Virgo, because it's not that they've been playing great, because they're not playing terrible either. They've been alive 18 minutes, 21 minutes, 18 minutes, 19 minutes. It's like something is going wrong so late in the tournament that they are missing tons and tons of placement points. If they can just close that up, I mean, surely they'll be able to break away, but for now, their performances is landing them kind of in that 15th place range. So they're still very much in the competition, but yeah, overall tough. But what do you think about this lurk happening here? Veno always has something cooking. This time, though, it's Victor V and Queasy who are kind of lost right now. They don't have a single clue.
I'm not necessarily too surprised, because if you take a little bit of trip down memory lane, Heat 3, after they were essentially qualified in points after landing Heatwave Harbor, they did contest the top side of the map here. They're just constantly keeping teams guessing, and because Latte Landing is contested as well, they're just going elsewhere for the loot, catches one off guard, takes a big shot himself, but 200 damage just like that onto Queasy, leaving Victor V by himself, and he has a decision to make here. You could sit in your Surge Tower, you have some extra heals, or you're gonna disengage, and he knows he needs to create distance fast, because Veno and Aegis, one of the few teams that would certainly chase him down.
Yeah, what's tough about that too is how much loot they actually have secured here. So Aegis and Veno can also just steal the drop if they want. They can totally stay here if they felt like. If a Victor kind of hastily looking to catch a low profile here, so he's off to the tunnel. That's a tough spot to be in.
QK and Marops kind of forced underneath again, and for QK and Marops, it's literally been game after game after game. I think game 1 might have been the only one that we saw Clicks and Rapid not jump on them and try to take the fight. So now I feel like for them, planning for Clicks and Rapid is a must in their game plan. Always having to look at the sky to make sure they're not getting dropped off, because the audio visuals aren't necessarily there when you get jumped on from that cube. So got to make sure you have eyes in the front, back, and sides of your head when it comes to Clicks and Rap. As Peterbot and Pollo, we saw them in that last game stay very long over towards Sinister Strip. This time around, just like in some of the earlier games, they're making it a focus to rotate out.
Yeah, Reed and Cooper get into a pretty scrappy fight here on the coast as well. This one already kicked off by themselves here. Looking pretty good, but you can tell that all sides are a little withered down, but Cooper kind of winning the trade there. Nicely done. He's going to catch 20 there. And just like that, they already have somewhat of a lead, but Calixi and Aiden are listening nearby, watching from the top down. They recognize this fight's not over yet. One mistake, and it's going to cost them. Calixi and Aiden might even jump in a little early here to try to secure the elimination. We'll see.
If I'm watching the feed and I'm Clixie and Aiden, if I see Reed or Cooper get knocked, that's a green light to go. They know at least one player here is a solo, and they just got to really take advantage of the information being given. That's Chimp on the other side, just trying to stay alive until, unfortunately, he does get cut short. But Cooper did actually go down. But we also have Booga and Braids. Aiden and Clixie did use that as a green light to go, but there's a whole other team here in all this action. Reed ends up in a 1v1 against Clixie and mows him down. Reed standing 10 toes firm, holding his position.
Oh my gosh, the siphon comes through. He's got plenty of time to work with now. Cooper does get full finish. Meanwhile, Booga and Braids jump in the conversation here. They're kind of lurking nearby. They haven't quite let their presence be known. First is going to be onto Aiden, but Aiden puts down a counter shot. Reed downloads all that, by the way. Now he definitely knows there's a whole different team here. So all he has to do is get the reboot card and skate out. Look at this. Braids, again, hungry, young, accurate. Does exactly what it needs to do. Secures the elim. Reed just trying to hide out now, but Braids and Booga probably know he's still here.
Yeah, it was Reed that kind of backed down. Booga once. Good information. Reed has a decent amount of heals. It's just the 2v1 and the timing that's going to be crucial. You see Braids being persistent to try to put down pressure. And it's not necessarily only to land damage, but to stop Reed from healing. But they lose track of him literally for 1 second. And that's going to be the second that he needs to start to heal up, putting him in fighting shape. But he is officially on a clock. Only 30 left in the second. Chug Jug. And with the storm, 1 tick per, he finally peaks, lands the first shot on the Braids, but 2v1, Booga and Braids have just taken down Reed and Cooper.
Yeah, a bit of a bad edit at the end there to try to just go all in for the fight, but it is what it is. Booga and Braids, you know, just the well-timed entry into the battle. Meanwhile, Josh Yamso finds their way to 2 eliminations, and then another as they find Victor V. It's the insta-elim. Queasy and Victor V now down and out. All because of the lurk from Veno to really set this one up and kind of push that ball down the hill.
And I like the idea of Victor V going down here to try to hide. You typically can run into 1 team, maybe 2 on the other side of the porta potty, but both of them hunkered down underneath, leaving really no direction to go. Is just something that's going to be near impossible to survive. Josh Yamso happy with what they got. Just kind of still holding their position. They heard how many teams were actually there inside of these tunnels, so they're just waiting for them to make a mistake, make a little bit too much noise, but as you can see, it's just way too much time ticking down the HP. They have no choice but to use the Chug Jugs, but with that shockwave from Liam and Jace in the distance, they hear it and they know somebody else is still around.
Yeah, this can go either way as they kind of sit that one out. We'll see if an ambush ends up taking place. Meanwhile, Noxie and Dash, a team that's very much in the conversation. As we jumped away, by the way, you saw that Elin pop up in the feed there. But Noxie, Dash here, waiting in the storm when the safe zone is right there and there's nowhere in sight. I'm thinking that they might have thought someone might have been nearby. Maybe there was a bit of a standoff here. They're trying to bait for some extra damage there. Either way, they don't know that the coast is very much clear.
Probably just don't want to take too many risks. The zone being close is good and all, but they don't know how many other players are lurking around. Sit on the mending machine is going to be the strategy for Noxie and Dash. Let's see if it works out with them as this game does continue. But as it stands, they're 9th place in the overall leaderboard. And there's only 1 team with a global championship spot secured. So it would only, in theory, if it ended now, roll down to a top 7 situation. Luckily for everybody here, we still got this game and 1 more today. 6 more fresh games tomorrow before we not only crown a Major 2 champion, but see which 6 teams go to the globals.
Tough spot to be in, too, for Victor and Queasy now that I'm looking at it, because the zone is actually, for the first time, coming all the way up towards the Lifty Lodge. You can see Curve and Higgs are going to be the main benefactors here. Very, very much content to have this huge base. I am wondering if, because of the way it's playing out, have they managed to find enough damage from this positioning? And obviously you can see down towards where Veno and crew would have rotated shortly after finding Queasy there. Holds Acorn on the other side. Not too different from what we normally see of them, kind of in the early game here.
Wow, 20 top 10s in FNCS finals, joint with most in the world with Kanata, whose streak sadly ended in both the heats and the LCQ. So somebody else has a chance to try to take that mantle. I'm not sure what that streak currently is now, but it's definitely going to be a new player. As Bolts, in terms of overall top 10s, got to be the most in the world in terms of regionals and LAN events. He's an FNCS champion. He's won a solo land, and honestly, him pairing with Acorn is like the perfect mix. It's like peanut butter and jelly. It's like spaghetti and meatballs. You got probably one of the best up-and-comers out of the NA West region with one of the best IGLs in the world.
Most definitely. But look at this exciting team here for 9 and Moneymaker. 3 eliminations and a clean rotate right now with not a lot of pressure as teams haven't quite realized that they're already on the move. You think with the way they've set up their fights that they'd have a little more damage, but in the end, they're still pretty comfortable right now.
I was about to say, I saw Rapid in the feed, and there was no knock. There wasn't a storm. It just looked like Rapid eliminated himself. So you know what I'm thinking is going on right here? You see the extra loot down below? They are trying to reset the surge a little bit. Would be my best guess. Try to ease up on the pressure and the pain just a little bit. 252 above that damage threshold as they make their way back over towards Wonky Land. You can see a huge hole in their arsenal. 3 total missing item slots. They do have some gold to replenish some, but you can see it's not going to max them out overall.
Well, let's get into the action here. So the rotate went pretty south here for F9 and Moneymaker. What was looking like a nice little cruise down the highway here turned into a devastating situation for them. This is pretty rough. 264 below, already lost his teammate, and even with the extra heals, Nazi and Dash have to force this fight because they're also below the surge. Now this could still go either which way, but in the end, they get a little bit of damage for Noxie. Although they get a couple of seconds, the surge lands right before the damage can swing their way. And now they're out. And remember, Jacob, they were very much in the race right now, inside the top 10 there.
Moneymaker and F9 to go down. They've essentially moved 1 point behind Higgs and Curve in the overall leaderboard. Skittles and Cayenne, 6th place to start this game, have just gone down. So you can see a lot of our teams in the top 10, not only just having struggles, but actually being eliminated out of our 5th game of the day, just kind of making it harder for teams to kind of remain consistent. We still got Muzz Rise, Higgs Curve, Cold, and Ritual here starting this game. 8th place so far, 172 points. You can see not too far away from the actual drop spot of the Battle Woods. And so you got to be able, if you're a Cold, Ritual, or anybody else for that matter that gets the zone near your actual POI, these are the games you have to make count more than any other.
Ritual, Cold though, 619 damage above. Every time we've jumped in with them in the mid game too, they've kind of had this nice position, just looking to tag players on the rotate. They've had this very smooth game, minus the one time that they were ambushed on. Meanwhile, this is how Clicks and Rapid fall. Sad way to go out there in the storm, unfortunately. But hey, Clicks did what he could to try and save Rapid. Just wasn't going to be enough.
Yeah, I take it back. They weren't resetting Surge. They were just having troubles getting back in the game. No extra med kits. You saw they really had no gold whatsoever for the most part. Just trying to make their way out of Wonky Land. Those are the one mistakes you realize, hey, maybe we overstayed our welcome. Because you saw Clicks at the last second taking Storm Sickness ticks. Not Storm Surge, Sickness. That means he took over 600 damage in the zone up until that point. As we continue on with King and Craze, you can see them 5 below the damage threshold. They're a team that's confident, especially with a rotation coming around this corner. They know they can get the damage.
Get Peter Butter Boyo on the outside too. Just kind of lurking up, getting that high ground. Aoxy, Jojo Fishy gonna give up this positioning, so Peter Butter Boyo are likely gonna be shockwaving off of this here shortly. Meanwhile, Yamzo and Josh is the best we've seen them. Kind of the strongest we've seen them actually overall, especially now they picked up that Mystic Pistol from Victor.
Now, outside of that last game, 32nd with 1 elimination, it seems like they're on a trajectory. 18th Force, good pop-off game. And now this could be the one that keeps them consistent and on track as Higgs and Curve, 96 above. They're barely above that damage threshold, but for them, they know other teams are going through worse. They have good amount of materials. Heals are actually there as well. Rise and Muzz at the top side of the map. You can see them fighting against Nut and CDZ, but they're not too far away from Peterbot and Pollo as well, who's continuing to put down that same pressure. CDZ is going to fall. Nut is going to fall. That is 2 more eliminations for Peterbot and Pollo.
Already, though, Veno doing exactly what they did last game, finding their way, clawing their way back into the competition to remain relevant. Such a different playstyle this time around, too. Making a completely different rotate, just pulling out all the strats in the book, really keeping different teams on their toes right now. Peterbot and Pollo, though, going back to what we've seen them do time and time again is build up for the high ground, try to be that dominating team in the lobby, really try to identify themselves as the team that will also fight for height every game. Muzz and Rise, completely different approach to the end game now. A little bit more of a passive play, but this mountain, though, is tough for them to work with. I'm actually more surprised it wasn't Higgs and Curve just kind of coasting their way through, given that they pulled all the zones.
Yeah, just one decision, going north instead of south, hoping it pulls in that direction. Can kind of steer you off course as Hoppy and Aminish have overtaken another team on the high ground. This is their chance to look back. 124 points so far. Essentially outside of the top 15 coming into this game, so they really have to execute. As Muzz goes down, Rise and him in first place as of now. It's really going to be all up to Rise here to try to continue to clutch up. Now hold on to the top side of the leaderboard, but you can see with only 2 builds left, he's scrambling around. He's waiting for Muzz to officially go down, but since the zone isn't there, it's taken way more time than he'd hoped.
See how Yamzo turns the situation around. Josh gets finished there. We couldn't quite save him. Muzz versus, I was going to say Rise versus Yamzo there. In the end, Yamzo comes out ahead. He's now at 5 elims here, Jacob, really earning his stay with the points here.
Yeah, typically you expect Josh to be clutching up these situations today, but so far it's been all Iamzo all the way, almost every single attempt. As Veno and Agers finally start to look up, Hobby and Aminish, they get chopped down. They fall all the way down to 2 separate layers. Aminish all the way down below. Hobby's trying to hold on to it. Aminish has to work his way back on up, and right next to him, while he's trying to fly towards the sky, Acorn and Bolts find that elimination onto King. You can see there's not a lot of shockwave split between the two. A lot of those heals are going to be onto Bolts, who are getting pressured by Pollo as of now. Bolts is going to drop. Peterbot nowhere in sight, and Pollo has no builds left. He needed that siphon and the builds in order to keep himself going.
And look, while all that was happening, Veno Agers come out on top. Now at 4 eliminations and counting here. Almost a top 10 starting to unfold. Curve finally falls there in the feed. Yamzo falls as well. And you can see it's just Higgs here left alive. It's the first time we've actually seen Higgs by himself in this end game here. His teammate still down behind the wall, so has that tough decision to think about whether you stick around and try to pick up the remains of the teammate. Cold actually gets the second elimination as we jump away. Acorn, though, from the cone, finds Veno with a nasty lurk play. A little bit of karma for the boy there. And now Acorn's looking to do it again here. Solo dolo here in the end game. You have Agers lurking behind. Pollo playing this one out solo as well. And things are just looking really interesting here now.
Every single one of our Titans are left as a solo. Even with the elimination there, Acorn's gonna go down. He didn't actually get credit for the siphon, so no HP. Cold and Pollo slide down below onto 2 different sides. There's only one duo standing, and I use that word relatively loose because it's Okus and Zonda on the other side. They're gonna be able to secure that first elimination onto Pollo, put themselves in a driver's seat. It's a 1v2 versus Cold. He is 1 shot away from going down, but that first one is gonna connect from Cold. He gets a lot more time bought here as the zone goes over the top of that bridge. So there's no way for them to interact until they reach the other side. Okus and Zonda down below versus Cold.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy because Colt's given a little bit of time to farm. He didn't even stop to chug here. He's kind of in his head right now, looking for the shot. Jumps down, though, misses the important one, and that'll cost him the game. But this round in specific, Jacob, was Zonda and Okus's run. Zonda was in the feed that entire time.
Yo, Okus, he took a little break. He took a little nap. But Bucky, Okus, they woke him up. They made sure that he's primed up. He's teaming with Zonda. And now look at him. Not only a grand finals appearance, but a victory royale, Zeke.
Uh, I'm gonna have to go and watch Bucky's perspective after this win for sure. Congratulations, Xanda Okus, get a victory royale here in game number 5. Crazy stuff, and to do it against someone like Cold, someone of that caliber, it's gotta feel so good. I hope they continue this momentum. I really do, because I mean, hey, a victory royale is a victory royale.
I think Okus and Xanda knew that they were going up against someone big, someone threatening in the 1v2, because you could see just how patient they were in that end game. The only duo when it was down to like 7 players, but still not taking anything too aggressive, not playing anything too crazy, because at that moment, all they needed to do was just wait, bide their time. And it is Cold, so if anyone can 1v2, it's possibly going to be him. But Okus and Xanda played that so well. You know that everyone in the community right now is freaking out for Okus. You gotta love to see him not only make it into the grand finals, but also showing up on the big stage.
These games are kind of boiling down to a very similar situation every single time. I mean, just so many solos every single time we make it to these end games, and then it's like one duo is still in the mix. They're still got the advantage in numbers, and that's kind of the turning point for them to go ahead and actually close out the game. But it was all chaos on the low ground. You can see Okus and Xanda trying to stay alive. It was like a little bit of a moment here where Cold and Polio, the 2 solos in the mix there, were kind of working in unison accidentally to try to go ahead and take out the duo. But unfortunately, Okus and Xanda went ahead, held strong there, and they're going to be picking up the victory royale there in game number 5. You can see that puts them on 171 total points. So prior to this game, they weren't necessarily doing that well, but this is going to help them out a lot.
Absolutely, man. We've got one game left to go before we wrap up day number 1. Okay, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll set up everything. We'll take a look at the leaderboard, see how things are shaking out for all these duos. Because remember, there's 6 spots going to the Global Championship, all on the line. So go find some snacks. Come back. We'll see you in just a moment. welcome back. This is the FNCS Major 2 Finals. This is the last game of the day. Before we wrap up day number 1, the players will have time to take everything they've learned, VOD review, prepare plans, come back tomorrow even stronger. 6 games tomorrow and look to fight for one of 6 spots for the Global Championships. It's a pretty big moment here in the tournament. In case you missed it, this last game, Game 5, went to Xanda and Ocus. Massive dubs all around. Love to see that. Kelly, Vivid, we got to do this. We got to turn our attentions to the leaderboards. And there's been some interesting developments, to say the least. Right now, Higgs, Curve, in 2nd place, as Agers and Benno have somehow, some way, jumped up into 1st place. I can't believe that. More in a moment, though, because I gotta just give it over to Higgs and Curve. Somehow we are still holding on to this 2nd place. They're looking so primed up, so in control of their current situation. And you know, Kelly, being 1 point behind, I don't feel like I'm that worried at all.
I mean, you say somehow, but I'm looking at their history. Getting 1st place with 12 eliminations is definitely a great way to set yourself up for success, but also just consistently making it into the end game. Their worst game being a 21st place with 0 eliminations, but when you have 4 other games that just have performed so well, it is not too surprising to see that they are in 2nd place. But Vivid, they're not just in 2nd place, they are just 1 point away from 1st place of Agers and Benno.
I am starting to worry myself here a little bit. I know the separation is only a singular point, but outside of that game number 1, I mean, we haven't necessarily seen Higgs and Curve kind of pop off, so feels like they're starting to slip just a little bit. But the prowl has been on for Agers and Venom, not only on the leaderboard, but also amongst the map, man. I mean, these guys are constantly kind of lurking around, and this netting them so many eliminations. We kind of saw earlier on in this game specifically when they were able to go ahead and take out Queasy by just kind of hiding out in a house, and they've kind of constantly been doing this. But I have to say, as it currently stands, we've only played 5 games, but if Agers and Venno can keep this up, again, based on where they are at in their situation off spawn, I feel like they're setting themselves up for one of the most impressive FNCS performances ever.
I mean, to just look at how they're able to get 8 eliminations, 7 eliminations, getting 12th and 14th place respectively. And even when they went down in 44th place, they still got 4 eliminations. Even when they are doing the worst that they possibly can, they are still doing so much better than everyone else.
It is truly insane. After the 5 games, Vivid wanted to look into something. He was like, okay, I'm curious to see the damage ratio these players have done. Viv, talk us through it, please.
Listen, no surprise. I feel like everybody at home could have put a blindfold on and just guessed who was going to be in 1st place. It's, of course, going to be Cold. I mean, this guy is just constantly towards the top whenever we take a look at this stat specifically, and he is kind of what feels like miles ahead of the rest of the competition. But cool to see Victor V up there as well. Remember, we kind of talked about him coming out of the heats, where over those 5 games he had a 4.03 damage ratio. But for me, the thing that kind of stood out here is that we actually have an entire duo actually up here in the top 5, right? Higgs and Curve, both playing well enough to be up here in the top 5 with a greater damage ratio than 2.0, which is actually pretty rare. Typically, Kelly, when we take a look at these damage ratios, usually one of the team members is doing very, very well in that regard, and the other one kind of like falls off a little bit. So for them to be very, very equal and doing very, very well, that's kind of why they're in 2nd place.
Yeah, and I think that kind of speaks to how Higgs has evolved as a player, initially kind of starting as a fragger and then kind of moving into this IGL role, but not really it was more of like a hybrid role when he was playing back with Clicks. So to see him kind of stepping up and then being able to kind of pull out this incredible play with a player like Curve, because I remember way back when Higgs first got picked up and we're like, oh, this new player, Batman Booga, blah, blah, blah. And for him to be able to now relive this moment, but on the other side of it, is incredible to see.
I love it, guys. We've got a minute left. I'd love to just kind of pick your brains here going into the final game of day number 1. So obviously, again, context, remember, we're coming back tomorrow. We're going to play 6 games. We're going to have time tonight to kind of VOD review, to look over everything we've done in day number 1 and take that, learn, and try and win or earn one of the 6 spots going into the Global Championships tomorrow. With 30 seconds, I'd love to hear from you guys. What do we need to do game 6? Is this a, like, we just need to send it? We need to go ahead, and if we're outside of the top 10, we need to try and have a big game here? You know, like, what's the play here?
Yeah, I think just on the note that you're saying, a lot of these players are going to be VOD reviewing after the end of today. If they're going to pull out anything kind of crazy without really looking at what's been going wrong, Game 6 for day 1 is the way to do it, right, Vivid?
Yeah, definitely need to go ahead and pull out all of the stops now to make sure you find yourself at least in contention, at least close enough to kind of bump yourself up into that qualification spot. But for all of our players, man, you got to be careful. We've got some teams lurking around the map. We always constantly see Moneymaker and F9 lurking around. Venner and Agers are starting to kind of, play into that as well. So got to be careful. Got to check your corners. Got to check those houses.
It's so true. The lurk plays have been crazy. The Venno on Queasy Violets is wild to me, but this is it, Fortnite fam. One final game in NA before we wrap up day number 1. Remember, we're trying to set ourselves up so when we come back tomorrow, we are ready to hit the ground running. For the last time today, casters, take it away.
I'm still confused here, Jacob. How in the world could Agers and Venno be a point ahead of Higgs and Curve? And even in that last game, they could have and should have had the high ground. But either way, that's in the past. We're gearing up for a very interesting end of day 1.
Yeah, that's to even put it lightly, because you go from triple contested, regular contested, run out of your drop spot to first place. Venno could very well be a back-to-back major winner, but we still got one game and a full day ahead of us. You got Higgs and Curve who are on their heels, and I don't think Curve wants to see Venno win a championship without him. So we'll see how the day ends with Game 6 starting now.
And with Game 6 here, you got to think about it, Jacob. The bigger picture is who is taking those qualification spots to globals. With how fast the leaderboard is continuing to shift, with how some players are now starting to break away, that question is starting to remain unanswered here. And I couldn't really tell you with how things have really continued to mix up here just after our first 5 games.
Yeah, Clix and Rapid, Clix phenomenal kind of solo performances for the most part. They just need to pull it together as a team. As you see Madden, Chance landing at the actual drop, 20 and Chimp taking the outskirts, and they're all going against first place Venno and Agers here. And you can see it's not necessarily an all-out clash in the beginning of the game. They kind of take their time, get some damage. If they get a knock, then maybe they would boost right on over, but they're just feeling each other out still.
Yeah, playing smart, taking their time. It's a really interesting fight though. Cayenne, Skittle, had they not, kind of fallen up short just one of the games, they'd be so far ahead. Those are the issues, sort of dropping the ball here on this contested fight. They've had moments where they look to kind of shine, but ultimately it's been pretty tough for them.
Just in the background, kind of see Donnie and Slepsy win their exchange. Even with Slepsy going down, Donnie's still holding strong, clutching to get here, which is huge. A Skittle Cayenne, you can kind of see they're not going on the chase for issue. They just want to go ahead and loot up first. They had a big run to win that game and kind of put them in contention of an actual global spot, and they don't want to throw away those chances early.
Well, take a look at Moneymaker for 9, though. All that kind of flex play by them has now officially cost them game number 6 here. They were playing so perfect until they weren't. And that was inevitable, right? It's really hard to do what they're doing.
And if you're Moneymaker and Fanayan, though, honestly, I wouldn't even be too stressed about it. It's the last game of the day. At least you can get off early, hit the VOD, start fresh tomorrow. You're in contention, 7th place as it currently stands, so they could very well fall out of the top 10. But Major 1, we did see Venno and Curve have a huge comeback, so anything is possible. For Higgs and Curve, business as usual, looting up from the top side all the way down to the bottom. It does take them a relatively decent amount of time before they reach back up to the top of the mountain to start to get their surge, but it's been working for them all day long, so no reason to change it up.
Yeah, I'm just thinking this is going to be the most important game for the teams that are in the 8th to 16th range, that 150 to about 200 point range. These are the guys that if you have a pop-off performance here, you're setting yourself straight to top 5 for day 2 and potentially looking at the win in sight. Peterbot, Boyo, kind of started off slow, but the last couple rounds have surely gone more and more in their favor with a 5th and 3rd place, but that 3rd holding 8 eliminations. Like we said, once you start getting those elims racked up, the points come with it.
I think, a lot of our experts at this stage of the game know that, mistakes are going to happen, especially when it comes to an FNCS major final. You can't expect everything to go perfect. So, can't sound the alarm just yet. It is only day one, especially it is the last day. Lot of time to prepare for tomorrow's Okus and Zonda pulling off a big win, not only here, but in the heat stages to make it here, and they're just continuing that momentum. And they're taking a page out of so many others' playbooks, just kind of lurk around. Let a team like Liam and Jays feel comfortable, and then they strike.
Let's see it. Zonda Okus just watching. No opportunities open just yet. Sees a small window to possibly shoot up Jace, but they don't take it. Liam's going to be the first to kind of expose himself, and then they get spotted out there on the side. Doesn't quite go their way, but either way, you saw what Okus and Zonda have been doing so far, as they've jumped way up to the 171 point range. And so impressive, right, too? Like, to come back for Okus here and just start winning against these NA lobbies, sometimes a break is all you really do need.
Have to agree with that. We've seen a few moments throughout the course in Fortnite's history where a break is all that needed. As we continue to kind of look around the map, Booga and Braids qualifying at the last second in the last game of the day for EWC. 82 points. Not necessarily you'd hope to be. You can kind of see 25th on the overall leaderboard. But as we've been talking, our analysts kind of broke it down. That leaderboard is so stacked. To one game can burst you so far up. And I think that's the moment. Booga and Braids, you can kind of lead the day off with a confident game win, or at least as close as possible, as it looked to bring the fight to their opposition. Trading shots on the Aiden and Clixie in the distance. They have a huge health and HP advantage. It's just about pinpointing the 2v1 and taking it before Clixie can interrupt this fight.
Yeah, definitely. Got to wrap it up quickly here. Booga Braids had somewhat of an advantage exiting out of that, but Booga does take bulk of the punishment there towards the end. Meanwhile, Calixi just kind of watching from the bush here. This is the more dangerous play here for Booga. He lets his guard down and jumps out. Might get lit up.
Even though nobody's getting the elimination, everybody kind of disengaged. See Contrap and his duo there in the distance. I'm not sure if Booga and Braids caught wind of that other team rotating in, but they're the initial team that does contest them at this drop. So they know something fishy is brewing as Higgs and Curve, Victor V, and Queasy again. Queasy's going to get dropped right out of the gate. Not without sacrifice, though. Curve was dropped down to just a sliver of HP, and that's why you see Victor V still trying to continue that pressure, not let him heal, but realizing there's no chance he can save Queasy in this fight. He has no choice but to shockwave away.
Kind of have to, but look at this play here. Venno and Agers hunting down Victor V, finishing the job there and getting Queasy as well. It just makes you wonder, how have they been so successful at this lurk play here? Because when you think about it, we understand why, right? That Mythic Pistol, that upgrade is definitely worth fighting for. However, being able to do it like that, it was Curve and Higgs who initiated the fight. Venno who comes in and cleans things up. Queasy was obviously doing his part and putting up a good fight, but now they all disengage.
That was just almost first and second place going at it with Venno and Agers, Higgs and Curve. And even though they each got their respective eliminations, Venno and Agers are the ones who got the elimination onto Victor V, which is why you see that Mythic Pistol in inventory. So if this team wasn't scary before, they are definitely positioning themselves to be one of the scarier teams in this lobby for the last game of the day. There's a lot of freedom. Look at them just running around here over and around the battle woods. Even though we know nobody else is here, they're just looking for another opportunity to get eliminations. And if you take a flashback to Major 1, it's the same thing that Venno and Curve did on day 2 to catch up to teams. So this could be an attempt in the last game of the day to try to build themselves a cushion.
Yeah, this is one thing Venno does very well, is obviously cut players off and, again, continue to set up these ambushes. He just seems to be a couple of steps ahead on the prep right now. On the other side, though, you have Bolts, Acorn, talking about preparation, continue to stay true to their strategy, playing these surge bases dead center. Depending on where the zone lands, they have sort of floated around these different POIs here.
Sticking true, though, 266 points. We're talking about Aegis, Veno, Higgs, and Curve. Sitting nicely in third place. When this game started, they were only 5 points out of second. But on the flip side, 9 points away from where Muzz and Rise are at on the leaderboard. You got Peterbot and Poyo catching up as well. So as it's looking, one mistake can really cost you what seems like a spot at the global championship at this point, unless you're Acorn and Bolts, Peterbot and Poyo, of course. So there's still a lot of time left here in this game. Clicks and Rapid saw in the feed that they did take down Visuals, so they do at least have one elimination here, and that's going to be important because throughout the course of the game, it hasn't been every single one, but Storm Surge has been a worry for them.
Storm Surge always tough to deal with when you're not actively getting those successful fights early on. We saw them kind of burn out that strategy, right? Landing on Mirops and QK, and it just had diminishing returns shortly afterwards. Seems like it's starting to show itself here, but Clicks and Rapid just have to kind of piece it together now. They started off very strong.
And down below, it's Tyler and Curly just kind of rotating through. I'm not sure if they got the signal that Clicks and Rapid are up above, but there has been a lot of noise made. So maybe trying to use Clicks and Rapid as a deterrent for some of the other teams that might be rotating by. Not making it easy for anybody to feel comfortable on this side of the map. But on the other one, you see Cold, Ritual making their way in from the north side of Sinister Strip, wasting no time to leave the Battlewood. And that's been something that has been good for them and bad, leaving the Battlewood early. Sometimes they get caught off guard, get damage put on them, so they have to worry about Storm Surge, and other times just like this, they're quick to the punch and position themselves accordingly.
Yeah, I just think after that, like F9 and Moneymaker play, they're like, all right, we gotta not get comfortable here. And they have kind of found their way back into the pacing needed to get towards the top of the standings.
Just kind of looking at their overall damage right now. They've slowed down a little bit. Got to imagine Moneymaker and F9 had a hand in that. But for Cold and Ritual, third best team overall in terms of damage being poured out into the lobby. Number 2, Peterbot and Poyo here, 7,200 damage combined. And I think the thing that's kind of propelling Veno and Agers just a little bit so far in this game compared to some others is they have at least an 11 elimination lead over the next highest team, which is Higgs and Curve. So that 1 point of differential is being propelled by Veno and Agers' complete destruction of the early game.
Yeah, definitely starting to see it wear and tear. Peterbot Poyo, though, look at this, 67 above. Just kind of eyeing things up right now. They're going to be forced to take a fight. Boyo's looking at Cold's box, though. That is not the team you want to key. I know that for certain. They also don't have problems with damage right now.
I should see them so far separated. Similar to Veno and Agers, but they're just rotating towards the next zone. Still 1 point of differential here. Higgs and Curve, Veno, Agers both got that one elimination, keeping it close. Habs hiding on the other side of the mending machine, perfectly hides the silhouette, catches Veno off guard, not only gets the elimination, but turns Agers into turmoil. He's 187 below the damage threshold.
Yeah, you saw how quickly Agers doubled back. He's like, wait, I actually can't disengage here. I need to take this fight. This is a tough spot to be in. Luckily for him, though, look at this. That team actually disengages, not exactly recognizing that Agers didn't full leave. They're going to be happy with the quick healing that they got, but Agers desperately has to chase this down. There's just no way he sticks around for too long. He tries to, again, edge out some cheeky damage there because this is going to cost him all his heals now. But look, Havoc rotates right into Noxie and Dash. They're a team that are also in the race for top 10. Don't forget that. So these points here are surely going to come very much welcomed. A little luck is on Agers' side, though, as he's now 11 above, so he will get a little bit of room to work with here.
Yeah, I was going to say, this next zone, though, even though he popped 11 above the damage threshold, the next zone, it's going to have Widow players out of this lobby. He's going to fall below yet again. It's not necessarily going to be active at this point in time, so he does have some seconds here of leeway to maybe get Venno back in the game, maybe try to find somebody out. But you can see in the minimap, there is nobody in and around the vicinity so far for Agers up until now, and he is 232 below. In essence, he needs more than a full elimination worth of damage, and the only team right now in his sight is King and Craze.
Yeah, very strong team, as we all know, but look at this. The shot opens up. Agers initiates onto Crazy, finds two, and now he's looking to get in the box with two of the best box fighters in the region. They also needed the damage, so surely here and now for Higgs and Curve, they're gonna be counting their lucky stars. Their immediate competition is now taken out.
Because of that, Agers essentially putting King and Craze below the damage threshold. Essentially doing almost 100 damage each, and you can see them 118 below. It was literally that exchange, so even with the elimination, they realize the struggles aren't done just yet. 71 players still up. We're only halfway through this game. 31 players, whether they're a team or individuals, need to fall before Storm Surge. No longer a thing in this lobby. It's even affecting players around the vicinity as well. We know Peterbot and Poyo were also barely above the line, but as it stands, it looks like King and Craze are going to attempt to out-heal most of this Storm Surge. They are already in zone. There's no reason for them to move. They just need to wait for other teams to finally start to rotate in.
Look at that. They see Peterbot and Boyu. They see a team in the storm right now. Some wood builds there. They're trying to target them, and they just can't seem to break through the armor. This is a tough spot to be in. And then you think about it, they also pulled zone. This could have been so perfect for King and Craze to really propel themselves right up to top 3. Here's the last of their heals now, Jacob.
Nobody's moving. Noxy Dash, because they're still full HP, you know they're not below the damage threshold. Acorn and Bolt in the distance, not below the damage threshold. Cat Awesomer may be, but he's not peeking, given any opportunities. Peterbot and Poyo above the damage threshold. So if he has any hope of finding damage, it's going to have to go on a hunt. King and Craze especially, you can see them 243 below the damage threshold. They realizing that no opportunity is open up. They cannot wait for the perfect storm. They have to figure out a way to create it. 243 below. Big shot onto Cooper, but he takes both of them down with a little help of Storm Surge.
That was really tough. That was a fight against Cirque and Cynics, but Reet and Cooper came down from their strong positioning to try to get into the fight because they also needed the damage, but instead it all went south for them. Now Reet Cooper pretty much out of the race here, but he still has plenty of heals. Either way, he can't sit around for too much longer. The storm's coming, the surge is on. He's got a shockwave across. Yeah, look, I was gonna say he's probably not gonna have time to even get situated here. Curve and Higgs, though, sitting pretty in the middle of the chaos here.
Hey, Venno Agers both out or just simply didn't get eliminations. They took that first place back on the leaderboard, but how long can they hold on to it? Curve immediately goes down. And again, it's Cirque getting the eliminations, disrupting the flow along with Cynics, not letting anybody catch any momentum here. So now Curve, even though he's above the damage threshold, he's by himself and he is fresh out of shockwaves. So
yeah, what's tough about that?
Gonna need one.
I was just gonna say, what's tough about that is they falls to a misplay. Curve landed, unfortunately, right in front of that opponent and didn't realize the teammate was in his box. That late reaction there is gonna cost him. And now Higgs has to play this one out by himself. I still see Josh Yamzo alive. Shadow Virgo standing here in the mid-ground. Cole and Ritual, though. Look at what they're doing here, Jacob. Finding eliminations when it matters.
Yeah, that pre-edit they thought was going to work actually worked against them, giving Cole the perfect right-hand peek to get those eliminations. That's going to help them tenfold. Climb up the leaderboard for sure. Definitely going to loosen up the Storm Surge, just like Peterbot and Poyo. They get high ground. They have not looked back. Elimination going to be cleaned up on Poyo. 2A Oxy in the distance. Their first elimination of the game. I was going to say most important, but Storm Surge turns off nonetheless. 39 players up. Top 21 situation. Ozone is going to get separated from Golden. You see Poyo toying with the idea. Is it safe to drop down and collect the loot? I don't think so, buddy.
Yeah, this is crazy because we're now shaping up for one of the closest entries into day 2 that we've ever seen. You have our first place team who's taken out super early. Our second place team, I mean, it was just Higgs. He's now by himself. If he falls early, this standing is going to crunch and it's going to get really close leading into day 2, especially with Peterbot and Pollo on top starting to rack up the points now.
Yeah, around 27, 37 or something or so points behind right now. If they're able to kind of take them out before top 10. So there's still a lot of time here for Peterbot Pollo to attempt to close the gap. But you have to be careful. You ease up the pressure. Team like Acorn and Bolts could try to take advantage, but Rapid staying alive underneath. 8 builds left, 3 Shockwave, no extra heals. Rapid's going to need some sort of a miracle here. He even got a little bit of pressure coming from the top side of that build, and he's just waiting for the last possible second for the zone to push him in before he's forced to make a move.
I like the play here from Higgs, just trying to heal this one out, buy himself some time here. Downloading what's happening all around him. Meanwhile, Cold and Ritual continue to make the clean rotates here. They are starting to run out of material. They find a player here. Can they get the full finish? It's on to Virgo. A great knock there, and more points being added up. And this is that point crunch I was talking about. Cold and Ritual flying up. Muzz and Rise in the feed, still in the game as well. Higgs barely holding on here, trying to maintain the cushion, but for how much longer can he do it?
Yeah, it's going to get exponentially worse. The zone moving up the side of the mountain. Higgs barely surviving up until then. Currently and Tyler are going to be the ones to shut him down, getting the bare minimum, just siphon mats. But at this stage in the game, something is better than nothing. On hype, Peterbot and Pollo holding strong. Nobody has looked up to try to Shockwave. Acorn and Bolts, one of the teams that could potentially do it. And you can see they're just hurt right now. They're taking the pain. Acorn struggling to find his way back to Bolts. So that way he can feel safe and heat up. And this action is just constantly rolling. Muzz and Rise, they find their 6th elimination of this game.
They're playing some good Fortnite right now. They're actually going for high ground once again here as they go layer after layer, inching their way up. But look at this, Rise finds Bolts. We already knew Acorn was very much low on HP, so this is looking good for them. Take a look at Acorn's POV. 26 health inside the cone. Players everywhere right now, and that's Cold and Ritual on the other side of the box.
6th place through 2nd place, still alive. One way, shape, or form here in this game just goes to show why the leaderboard is so stacked. Ritual and Cold fighting tooth and nail. Muzz and Rise just got taken down, currently getting his revenge onto Rise, sending him right back to the lobby before he joins him himself. But while all that is going down, it's literally chaos on the low ground. Peterbot and Pollo again smooth sailing from one point to another.
Looking very good for them. Cold, Ritual trying to fight their way to 10 eliminations, but no! Cold falls first. Ritual left to play the medkit here. He's trying to earn some cheeky points, but Peterbot and Pollo fish in the barrel as they fire from the top down, and it's all but Ritual left as he gets spotted out here. Peterbot and Pollo pick up a 6th elimination game and likely jump to 1st.
Yeah, I was talking about through the course of today, their struggles were Storm Surge. What is going wrong? Well, they not only fixed it, they ended the day off with a bang.
MDF, Jacob, thank you guys so much for the cast. Kelly, I can't remember who said it. Maybe it was me or it was me. But earlier on the show, someone said, Peterbot and Pollo, they do this all the time, right? They kind of have these kind of all over the place games, and then they just decide, we're going to take a game, we're going to go ahead and win, and then suddenly everything is the Peterbot and Pollo show. Of course, Kelly! Of course it happens in Game 6!
Wow, Zeke, that prediction, that analysis you brought, that doesn't sound like anything that Vivid actually said at all. But no, incredible performance from Peterbot and Pollo. They do this every time. We watch them in day number 1. We're like, oh, it's over. They're washed. Look at them. They're not even making it into the top 10. And then somehow they climb up the leaderboard, just doing what they do best. And in the final game of day number 1, of course, it would be Petey and Pollo getting the win. And, oh, sorry, I just looked at the leaderboard, Vivid. Oh my gosh.
Haven't had an opportunity to look at it myself, right? No spoilers. I'm going to see it when everybody at home sees it, so that way we can be equally excited. But, yeah, I mean, listen, we were going into game number 4. I'm pretty sure these guys were outside of the top 10, and I was like, I'm literally not worried at all. I'm pretty sure this is the exact moment when we're going to start to see the resurgence of Peterbot and Pollo in this FNCS. And going into game number 4, sure enough, they got 5th. Going into game number 5, they got 3rd. And then in game number 6, they finished the day out in 1st place. So how did it all end up panning out after day number 1?
Here we go. We take a look at our leaderboard
Oh
of
my
4 places. Peterbot and Poyo lead the pack. Game number 6. They have just set themselves up. I can't even believe this is happening. They've set themselves up in the final game of the day to go into tomorrow's 6 games as the number 1 duo. But look at this leaderboard.
Look at it.
Also, highlights. You get out of here. Ain't none of y'all over here. Kelly, Ritual, and Cold, Muzz, and Rise, Acorn, Bolts, Higgs, and Curve. It's looking crazy in the top of this leaderboard, Kelly.
It is not even 40 points that separate first from 5th place. And although we do have a couple of our globals qualified teams in there, a lot of them are these newly formed duos. So it's not just fighting for that first place spot or for the Axe of Champions. No, they're also fighting for that grand final spot and also the bragging rights to prove that they are the best. And Cold and Ritual have just done such a good job being so consistent throughout the day. Let's ignore that 46th place, that, pretend that game didn't happen. And then if you look outside of that, the worst game they had was a 6th place, able to grab eliminations every single time that they make it into the end game, and they just make it look so easy, Vivid.
Yeah, disgusting placements, right? A 6th, a 5th, a 6th, a 2nd, and a 2nd for Cold and Ritual. But I mean, I don't know. NA just always kind of feels like a lot of these teams start to fly under the radar. But every single time, whether it's, when we end the day or when we end the grand finals, those teams that we know and love to be towards the top of the leaderboard, they find their way up there every single time. But yeah, the fact that our top 5 is just so close. Only 34 points separating top 5 right now. Going into day number 2, we're pretty much just going to be resetting the competition. It's going to be a fight towards the top of the leaderboard to see who actually takes it home. I don't know. NA always likes to set us up for day number 2. Always likes to set it up usually for game number 12 as well. And I feel like we're going to get exactly that here once more.
That's what's crazy, right? Just think about how remember, contextually, we now come back tomorrow for 6 games, right? So these players are going to be able to look back, VOD review, take a look at, take their plan and update that, right? How much crazier this is, Kelly, going into to a day 2. And it's not like, oh, there's a team, they're out 200 points ahead. This is so close. This is so close. And honestly, as I look down this leaderboard, even someone in 11th place, you get one good game. We saw what one good game can do, 100 points. 10 elims in the VR, and suddenly we've got another 10 outside the top 10 who's fighting for it. Kelly, tomorrow's gonna be a movie. It's gonna be a movie.
Anything can happen, and we are looking at the top of our leaderboard, but I do want to remind everyone that we're kind of looking potentially at our top 12 as well. We already have 6 players that have moved their way into the global championships, and we're going to be finding 6 more as well. So although we're kind of looking at the top of the leaderboard right now, we could be looking all the way to 12th place for what would be a successful grand finals.
Yeah, it'd be super, super interesting to kind of see who ends up pulling out those qualification spots. Still a lot to play for. We know that these big swing games can kind of happen, but as we get later and later into the competition, those big swings, they start to strike a little bit less and less because the points are just already accumulated. So we're going to enter crunch time as soon as we jump in the game at number 7 tomorrow. It'll be interesting to kind of see if anybody can clutch up and jump up a couple of spots.
Oh man, Fortnite fam, that wraps up day number 1 of Major 2 Finals. Tomorrow, we will be back for 6 more games. EU is right before us. They're going to crown a champion. They're going to send players on through the global championships. Tomorrow, we come back, we get 6 more. It's going to be crazy. And don't forget, looming after Major 2 is the last chance Major. The final opportunity to try and snag one of the handful of spots going to the global championship. Thank you so much for being on this ride with us. It is incredible. We hope you've had a fantastic day. Until tomorrow, we love you. Keep yourself safe. And we'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.
Beep, beep.